Well, excellent. I thought we'd start it off with a smile. Yeah, it's not going to stay on for too long. It's a bit hot. It's a bit hot in here. Had to turn the heating off. Hold on. Oh, that's a bit too bright. But I think it fetches out my eyes. Can you imagine coming face to face in the dark with this? Oh, let's go for a warm white. How's everyone doing then? Say hi. Someone's fucked off already, look. Is it the hair? Hello, Lee. You right, matey? How you doing? Watched your last video. Very, very good. Very good. Keep it going. Keep it coming. I like the fact that you're still putting content out there. I started off with one subscriber, just one, and then two, and then it started to really take off because it was originally called City Prepping UK, and because anyone that was looking for typing in for City Prepper, which was the American one, who's got over 1 million subs now, they were coming across my channel as well, and it started to go. So I got someone to change the name of the channel to Rose Hippie Guy, and then it sort of plateaued off a little bit. But it doesn't matter if I get no views on a video or 2 views on a video. It never mattered because it wasn't about subs. It wasn't about likes and views and all that. Although I've always encouraged dialogue. I've always encouraged people getting on in the comments section and just talking to each other. I've always been very pro that. I do try and push that a little bit, but not much, you know. So you know, you're relatively new channel, mate, and just stay the course, because I think what you'll end up with is quality over quantity. Who knows? You might end up with quantity as well, because it's a good channel. It is. And I really like your take on things. I really do. You know, it's very interesting, because I've only got my take on things until I start listening to other people. And then again, that's what makes society rich. I know that no one can take me seriously looking like this. But yeah, thanks for joining us, Lee. Much love, brother. Hello, Dave. You all right? And hello, Jordan. How are you both doing? 3 brothers from another mother. So the only downside to this is when I light a fag up, because I think these are quite flammable, you know, but at least I won't burn my real hair off, because I haven't got any, you know. I did put a little video out earlier on about copper, and when this arrived, it looked a right shitty mess. You know, it didn't look very desirable. So I ground it down the top and all the sides, and then I left that bit as it is because I quite like that. But copper is sort of the new silver. That's about 1.4 kilograms, and I think I paid about 45 quid for that, which isn't bad. It's not bad. But again, they don't come this junk copper, which is almost pure, you know. Copper's copper, right? So this would have been like copper cables and copper this and copper that, all melted down and then put into a brick, basically. I have got a chunk of copper that's pure that I paid 45 quid for, and then that sold for 202 quid. There's another one on eBay at the moment that's about 160 quid with 3 days left to go. So I'm keeping an eye on that. I'm not going to buy it. Fuck that. I'm not mental, you know. But yeah, these are just other options, cheaper options. I'm trying to sort of look ahead whilst people are looking at that. I'm looking at that. And then when people drop onto this, I'm looking at that, and so on and so on. And I keep it going like that. and then you've got copper like this. I'll get this out. This is prepping related, because at the end of the day, yeah, you're not going to be able to go into a shop and buy 10 quid's worth of shopping for 10 quid's worth of copper, because the shopkeeper's going to look at you and go, what the fuck? Get the fuck out of my shop. So this was a kilo in total, but it came in 4 of these. These are 250 grams each. Now, if anyone wants to know where I'm getting my copper from, and there's 3 more in there, look, then I'll email me and I'll send you links. I've even bought a load of I bought a load of 2p pieces, pre 1992 2p pieces. They're over 75% copper, and the same applies to 1p pieces. So if you've got a little jar, like loads of people have got a little jar where they they're doing it less now because every penny's counting. So they're raiding the 2s and 1s more often, you know. But yeah, pre-1992, 1p and 2p are over 97% copper. So if you save all them up, eventually they're going to be worth something. If you can polish them all up, make them nice and shiny, you could actually sell them 10 at a time. You know, you can get £1 for them plus £1.50 packaging, P&P. People will start paying for that. They will. Right, let's get involved. Let's get involved. Stuffing my face with dates. Hope you're well. Now, when you say you're stuffing your face with dates, Dave, does that mean that you've gone out on a date or several dates, you've enticed them back to your home, roofied them up, and you're now chowing down on them? Oh my God, that was so dark. I do apologize. That was very dark. I don't know. I don't even know why that came to my head. You know, I think I'm so fucked up, you know. Anyway, where are we? Hello, Lana. You're right, sweetheart. Thanks for joining us. I've not had a chance to respond to anything you sent on X. It's been a mad day today. My arse hasn't touched the ground. It's just I've just been on one, you know, planting stuff up, getting stuff planted, ready to, you know, so they've got a bit of a healthy start and getting them out in the garden, you know. And then loads of other stuff. The video you linked last stream sent me down some rabbit holes. I've got another one for you. In fact, bear with me a little bit and see if you can, just so you can save it. It's just another very, very, very interesting mind expanding video. And I love stuff like that, because we know that their version of the truth is not the truth, or there are little tiny little bits of the real truth mixed in with loads of bullshit, you know, to make it all fit, to make their narrative fit. Let me just catch up on the on this first, and then I'll find that link and I'll put it in the chat so you can click on it and have a little look. Hello, Michael. You all right, matey? Thanks for joining us, my friend. Jeffrey Dahmer's cookbook. Mate, look, we all draw our inspirations from the strangest of places, but that's probably the strangest. But I guarantee if someone came out with a Jeffrey Dahmer cookbook, it would do well. It would, because people would just be so curious. They're like, oh, that sounds really fucked up, that does. I'm going to buy it. Oh dear. Yeah, thanks, Lana. It has been. It's just been one of those. It's been bonkers, but productive. You know, I love it when I feel like I've had a productive day. You know, I think we all do. Yeah, nice one, Jordan. It's a good channel. It is, and he puts a lot of effort into it. You know, a lot. Sorry, I had to wash my paws all sticky from. Dave, you'll be shitting through the eye of a needle in the morning. You will. You will. You know, I hope you live in a flat, because every single step in the morning, it'll be, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, all the way down, all the way down. And you'll look behind and it'll just, it'll look like you've just spilt your hot chocolate on. Oh dear. Yeah, right. Let me find that video for it. I'll put it in I'll link it. Bear with me. I was listening to Lily. You know Lily, the prepper Lily. What's the channel called? And for what she's saying, it sounds like they're starting to realise that the general public, the ones with common sense, are having none of this fucking EV business. They're like, I don't want an EV. I like my combustion engine. I'm going to keep my combustion engine, whether it's petrol or diesel or whatever. I don't think there is any other. And then you've got Porsche. Porsche is a company. What the company's called has gone down by 97%, and that would have been because of things like the Taycan. And basically, they've just decided, because the Porsches with Porsches, you know, they were so iconic, and yeah. Right. Just bear with me one sec. This won't take long.
If you're like me and are between 50 and 80 and England, this could just make your day. Did you know?
Can you imagine?
To 1936, right?
Living with someone with a fucking voice like that. I'd be stressed out all the time. Oh God. Oh my God. Bear with me. I'm so sorry. This won't take me long.
1931 to 1936, right during the Great Depression, the Hoover Dam was created, forming.
It's very interesting. Right, just need to find the lives so I could just go in there. Oh, gotta look alright, state. 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 Alright, why is it doing that? Oh, gotta look alright, state. That's it off. Okay, now. There it is. Grab it whilst you can. That was courtesy of an email from Sky Girl, and it was Sky Girl that sent me the first video. Again, we've got all of these questions in our head. You know, was Tartaria real? What were previous civilizations all about? And what were the orphan trains all about? There, that's better. So we've just got loads of questions, and the further down the road we go, the more inquisitive we're becoming. We really do want to know the truth. I've got such a hunger for the truth and just knowledge in general, and I think sometimes that comes out in the live streams because, you know, and how the fuck did I know that, you know? And I love that. Oh God, how do women get on with all this shit? Now look at me. I've got myself all flustered. 10 events ago lands on year 9/11. Same year, phantom time hypothesis ends. Well, that's an interesting comment, mate. Yeah. I'd love to know how you got to that, but then I know that I have had communication with you where you have put some fucking work in there, and it's impressed me. It really has. I had to kind of go over it a couple of times to take it in because it was just so detailed. So thanks for that, Jordan. You know, it's a reflection of how you tick, you know. The echo is a Facebook loop when your laptop and phone are not on at the same time. But it wasn't Facebook. I wasn't even on Facebook. That was taken from email, then copied, and then went into YouTube and then into the live and then just posted it in the thing. But it's definitely worth listening to. It's really, really interesting. I just love stuff like that. Anything that just expands my mind, you know. I found something else out earlier on that I had my suspicions anyway. It's nothing horrific. Sickening, annoying, yet bizarrely entertaining. Yeah. So when I was a kid, I hated the royal family, but I never understood why, because I was a kid, you know. It was just, I just knew, I just didn't like them. I hated them. Every time I saw one of them on the telly, I did quite like Diana, you know. But that was about it. And I felt like, I felt excluded or separate or whatever you want to call it, because everyone else was like, oh, I love the royal family. They're all lovely, you know. I'm thinking, and that didn't work with me. And then my dad, I'll get to the point in a minute. This was about 2.5 years ago, something like that. And my dad turned around and said, well, the Queen, it was before the Queen died, allegedly before she died. And he said, well, she is a bit of a grafter. And that was it. You know, I don't disrespect my dad, you know, but boom, we just got both barrels. A grafter for doing that? A grafter? And then I went off on one. Blah, 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 blah. He's got a completely different opinion of the royal family now because it's all backed up with facts, you know, instead of what the BBC spews out and vomits out of the TV every fucking day and on the radio. Is that Chelsea in? Hello, is it Chelsea or is that our Rosa? Either way, hi. So yeah, right. Yeah, as in what? Which one? I need specifics. Yeah, the Mountbatten parasites. I mean, just think about how fucked up Charles is, because this sort of weird, strange paedophilia and all of that. It's all ingrained into all of these big families, especially the really, really, really powerful families, the ones that are underneath the black nobility. You know, like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, and well, there's about 13 in their families, I think. Well, they're the two most well-known ones. And Mountbatten. I mean, anyway. So there's a job, right? If you work for Charlie, I'm not going to call him King because he's not. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, given the chance, give him a fucking chance. I would. So there's a job called groom of the stool. Groom of the stool. Look it up. Yeah, it's exactly what you think it is. So even when I was a kid, I was thinking, I wonder if that wanker, that disgusting excuse for a human, has someone to actually do all the do for him, you know, because I can't, the thought of someone doing that for me, you know, and what's known as poo shy is something I don't really like talking about because it's just so intimate. It's so personal, you know. It's something I should get over because every single one of us does it, you know. But Prince Charles, King Charlie, actually has groom of the stool. And not only does he do that, they then inspect said stool. I don't know if they hold it like this, you know. I don't know. But they check it for blood, parasites, stuff like that. Because it's beneath the royals. It's beneath them to do that. Look it up. This is all true. So imagine that. Imagine that as a job, you know. Your Grace, yes, maybe you should ease up on the corn because this looks like a literal ear of corn. You've shit an ear of corn. So yeah, mad. How long did it take you to find that? It's not as bad when Zephyr does it, but it still goes through me. You know what I mean? Whoa. And they still lick their lips and stuff after they've drunk. So it's like that part's finished, but then it's like an echo, and it throws me. But yeah, that's a job, and he's like it becomes the king's main confidant, if you like, because you don't get more intimate than that, you know. And then again, going back to Diana, I know, look, I know this is, I didn't plan on talking about all this. Going back to Diana, can you imagine, right? Like, that poor woman. Imagine seeing that fucking face on top of you with the wing nuts and the downturn smile. Chuck them all in a pit with loads of petrol. That could get a knock on my door. There's a price to pay for honesty sometimes. The colony of Netflix is the nephew. The colony of Netflix is the nephew to the founder of propaganda, also related to Sigmund Freud. That doesn't surprise me. But that's really, really interesting. They're all interconnected. all of it's interconnected, all of it. And again, some of these really, really, really powerful families, they have to stay within their bloodline, which means that they're going to end up with, you know, incest. And that has happened. That's happened over hundreds and hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years. So if these people are completely out of touch with the reality of life anyway, which they are, then they're also out of touch with, then you add on top of that the shrunken gene pool, then you're going to probably have problems with them upstairs, like there wasn't enough missing and enough fucked up there already. Right, I've got to move that bowl. It's all right, it's all right. It's all right. Oh, do me a favour. Oh. Good girl. Good girl. I'm sorry. So, and that's another thing about not just these big families, but politicians. I would say most of the House of Commons, definitely all of the House of Lords, right? They're out of touch with reality. They're out of touch with real people and real life. And I've said this before, and I stand by it. That's going to be their downfall, because they don't understand us. They don't know what makes us tick, you know, because they've never been like us. They've never experienced life like we have. Then you throw into the mix the fact that the vast majority of them are either narcissists, sociopaths, or the big brother of both of them, the psychopath, to the point where they don't give a fuck. And that's another thing to take into account. Over the last sort of, I don't know, say 20 years or so, there's been a scandal, right? And so-and-so's resigned, right? Then someone else, there's been another scandal, and then they've not resigned. They've carried on. And then there's been another scandal, and it's like that. Then another scandal, and it's like that. To the point where now it's scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal, and they're all sat there thinking they've done fuck all about it before. They'll do fuck all about it now. That's how cocksure they are. Now, I like to watch a lot of MMA, and I love you don't really see it that much in MMA because it is very sportsmanlike. You know, you'll see someone that's completely, the face is obliterated, and they know they've lost, right? And when they call the winner, when we all know who won that fight, you know, when they call the winner and they raise his hand up, the loser comes right round and hugs, like, kisses him on the cheek, covered in blood, nose on the other side of his head, and they hug it out. It's a proper respectful thing, you know. Whereas in boxing, you get all of this like, oh yeah, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. I'm gonna one punch and he'll be down in the first round, blah blah blah. Oh, cocky little bastard, right? And he just gets hammered. Overconfident. When you're overconfident, that is an Achilles heel. It is. You should always be humble. Be humble. A good fighter has heart. Now, the contents of Westminster, no one's got a heart. It's a mixture of people that are heartless and weak people that just can't think. They can't imagine not being a politician. They can't imagine it. They know that if they stick it out, no matter what, you know, don't go against this or we'll fuck you off. All right. Just weak. They probably signed up to represent their, constituency with all the right intentions, with a good heart. But then they just get corrupted because they're just weak. They either get corrupted or they just toe the party line in order to hold on to their career politicians, because they know that they're going to get one hell of an incredible pension out of that, on top of little kickbacks for keeping their mouth shut. It's Guy Fawkes Mark II coming up. It's just, I think it'll be done in a different way other than powder kegs. And I don't think anyone will be grassing anyone up this time. Something needs to be done. Again, I'd do it. I fucking would. But I couldn't do that shit on my own. But I would if I could. It only takes one so there was someone, I can't remember his name now. And if he's watching, no offense, this is not meant to offend. But when he mentioned the only answer is love and peace, because love is more powerful than hate. It is tenfold, infinitely so. But we've had years and years and years of peaceful protesting, peaceful marches, peaceful this, peaceful that, and it's a tough one really for me to get my head around, because on one hand I do sort of see progress, because we haven't fallen into their trap by going around and just fucking people up that aren't meant to be here. We haven't fallen into that trap. And because we haven't fallen into that trap, it's left them spinning a little bit. So they're trying to come up with they probably already got to plan E, plan F, because plan B didn't work, D, E, they didn't work. Again, it's because they don't understand us. Even all of these top of their field, sold to the devil social scientists like psychologists and psychiatrists and stuff that are observing, shoulder to shoulder with others, just proper traitorous bastards. Even though they've got them sort of watching society as a whole to see how we fluctuate, moods are going up, when the Southport massacre, when that sort of petered down a little bit. And then this time of year, you don't really get that many people going out protesting and stuff because, it's a bit cold. It's raining. So they are trying to come up with other plans because it's just not working. So there is that side where I am thinking, yeah, you have got a fair point. I think this was in the comments of something I put I posted in the post section, and that does seem to have maybe worked to some degree, but there's part of me that's thinking the whole peace, love, and unity thing, and peaceful protests and peaceful marches and stuff, it's not really stopped it, has it? harsh language isn't going to cut it either. I get where he was coming from. I do. Let me catch up with all of this first, and I won't mind getting your take on what you think should be the steps forward, how we move forward, whether we should be more proactive. Again, this is stuff that a lot of people probably wouldn't discuss on a live stream or on online, full stop. But I think it's something that needs to be openly discussed. And I'm very pro free speech, and I'm sick and tired of channels that proclaim to be pro free speech, and then literally in the next breath they self-censor themselves, and that really fucks me off. Right. Right. The CEO. Right. It makes sense. Better sense now. Jordan. Queen poops golden nuggets. Well, if that's, well, she doesn't now. No, she's not pooping anything. But if she was, I would be tempted to kidnap her. That'd be my pension, keeping that bitch in a little cupboard somewhere. Rothschilds have breeding rights. Wills looks more like Jacob de Rothschild. Yeah, he does. Yeah, and yeah, there are lots and lots and lots of little. He certainly looks nothing like his dad. Nothing. And then you've got what was his name? He was seen as a dictator through the news, and he fathered a child. Oh man, it'll come to me in a minute. So much information in there. Sometimes it's hard for me to just get it in order. Making my nose throb. You just talking about that? Yeah. It's not making any part of me throb. Picked man. Hey up, mate, you all right? Let me see if I could work out if that is a male kind of howl. It looks like a male. Oi, oi. And oi, oi is something that a male southerner would say. Am I right, Pickman? Can I get an amen? Oh, thank you very much, Pickman. Yeah, I grew it overnight. There's this shampoo that's got caffeine in it. You just rub it into your scalp, wake up the following morning, here we are, good to go. I recommend it to anyone. It's only £500 a tube. So if you want some, let me know. They don't get much in the way of power unless the powers that be have dirt on them. Yeah, they do. Yeah, unless you're right. I mean, there is a hell of a lot of protection. They do look after each other. Look at what Jimmy Savile was able to get away with. I mean, the guy was a necrophiliac. So whether it was someone in a coma, you can leave. You can leave us alone. I'm just going to give her a bit of a love. And this guy was a marriage counsellor for Charles and Diana, and he was protected all the way to the end. So raping people whilst they were in a coma, raping people that had learning disabilities, severe learning disabilities, having sex with people that had passed on. There was no limits to the sickness of that man. And he could just drive his fucked up Rolls Royce straight in there, straight past the guards, straight in. All right, Charlie. So fucked up. and he was protected. But I would love to, I'm not quite sure. I've heard rumours of how he's connected blood-wise, but no proof. No, I'm hippie, but how do Seven love a system away? How do Seven love a system away? I don't know. I'll get back to you. Just sub to your channel. You got a channel? Right, let me just write that down. I've not got a pen. Oh, yes, I have. My bird. Have you heard? Everyone's talking about it. No, I won't do it. I won't put you through that. Let me write your and as soon as I get the opportunity to, I'll check you out. Me bad brother. Oh, Scottish. Oh, yeah. I wasn't that far off. Like complete opposite end. You know, you don't get more north of London than Scotland. We've got quite a lot of Scottish people. I love it. I like Scottish people. They've been very successful warriors in the past. You know, they know how to fuck people up. They really do. You were hated by the Romans. And apparently, in the last mud flood, one of the few places on earth or in the world, wherever you're coming from, right, that was affected the least was Scotland. So, oh man, I've got so many conspiracy theories in my head, but again, whenever I use the term conspiracy theory, I never ever use that term in a derogative way, because it means people that know what it means, that there might be some truth there. I don't like it when people use that term in a oh, he's a conspiracy theorist, he's off his fucking head. Stay away from that one. I don't like that. And that was why it was coined and used as a derogative word, and it shouldn't be, because to me it's a badge of honor. You know, it means that you're a free thinker and a deep thinker. It's a good thing. It really is. Whereabouts in Scotland you're from, Pickman? And yeah, they are all owned. Some very interesting theories surrounding Savile being the spawn of the old Queen Mother. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, and Malton. Very, very interesting. And that does ring a bell. And it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't. Everything, they're all interconnected. You know, I'm surprised that they're not tying themselves up in knots. Right, hold on. So my mum's brother fucked your mum's brother so that we could stay in line with this family in order to keep this bloodline going. And your sister fucked your brother so that, you know, it's just like, again, what a tangled web. It's a tangled web. Is it there to confuse us, or is it there? Again, they're so twisted. They seem to think that keeping their bloodlines going by having like incestuous relationships is going to be a healthy thing, when it's just not the case, because it messes. Look, I was a support worker for people with learning disabilities for nearly 17 years of my life. And I've worked with people with learning disabilities, 2 in particular, and they were as a result of their mum and dad being brother and sister. It's not unusual. It's not unusual to have fun. I had to just get that out of my system. For people that have got mums and dads that are related, as in siblings, it's not that unusual for them to have kids that have got learning disabilities. So you imagine having these really, really influential, powerful families that are all you know, it's all right. Whistling's part of their training, but that one doesn't mean anything to them. So for them to be pulling all these strings whilst not being quite correct in the mind department, that's quite concerning. And then when you start to, you see, I don't know how deep you guys have gone, but then I think that there'll be some of you that have gone really deep down there, some of you that have gone really deep down there, some of you gone down that, and then down that and down. We've all gone down, and then some of you have all gone down, all of them, you know, and then come back up for here and gone, fucking hell. You know, I'd love to go to a pub, right, and just wear some really tight jeans, right, and maybe a frock, and just stand at a bar with my arse slightly out like that, and then wait for some bloke to tap me on the shoulder. Say, "Want to get you a drink?" "All right. Yeah, I'll have a double vodka and orange, mate." And then just watch him throw up in his mouth like this. But yeah, you know, some of these there's right. So a lot of people at the moment are just classifying the word Jew, right? Again, so many people are avoiding this sort of conversation, and it needs to be discussed. It's like, you can't say that. The word that we can't say, that we can't say the word. It's the word that we can't say. Fuck off. So people are just classifying Jews, and that's it. And then this kind of quite a lot of kind of, because a lot of people know what's going on with Israel, which is the heart of Judaism. In fact, I don't think there is a heart, because Israel's a brand new country, or it's a state. It's not even a country. But I don't think that's entirely fair, because there are good Jews, good Jewish people, and then there are some really, really fucked up ones. But it's the Kabbalistic Jews that are a massive, massive problem, and their underlings with the shaved, the ones that have got the curly bits down there, the small hats, they're quite problematic. They really are. But it's the Kabbalistic ones, the Kabbal. And there'll be a lot of people of the Jewish faith that won't have a clue. They won't have a clue. But then you've got, just to bring a bit more kind of a broader kind of, you know, we've got really, really fucked up evil Christians, really, really evil fucked up imams, and, you know, Muslims. You know, there's really, really fucked up people from every one of these faiths or ideologies. They're all ideologies. You know, religion doesn't really exist. So apologies to anyone that's religious listening. In fact, no, I don't apologize. I don't apologize. I'm not going to apologize for something that's true. So, I mean, for example, look at, I'll get back onto that in a minute. Look at that. There's like a pastor. Well, he's more than a pastor, but he's been roped into the whole one world religion thing. And he was one that had one of those red, like the white of his eye, all red. You see that in quite a few evil, twisted fucks. I wonder if it's a side effect from over consuming adrenochrome. Who knows? Again, that's a word that no one wants to even talk about or mention on their channel either. Yet their free speech, truth channel, full of fucking shit. That's what happens when you monetize your channel. You turn into a fucking slave. You become a whore for Google. Google becomes your fucking pimp. If you can't open your mind and speak freely, fuck off. But yeah, I hope anyone can remember who I'm talking about. This Christian guy. You know, he's all you need to do is look at him, and all you feel is pure, undiluted evil. You just see it. You can just feel it, like you can feel it with the last pope. And I hate it when you know what I'm like with names. A previous prime minister that should have been born with horns. You can see it in his face. You can feel it. You can feel the evil twisted. You know, there are a lot of psychopaths out there, evil psychopaths out there, and you can just tell they're evil. You know, the people you hang around with reflects on who you are as a person, or a man or a woman. Let me just catch up. Outside Inverness in the Highlands. Oh, lovely! That sounds beautiful. I love it. I've never been to Scotland, you know, but it's very wild up there, and I love it. I love it. And very cold and very damp and very wet. You know, not during the summer. During the summer, you get eaten alive by midges. You know, so you got that to look forward to. But I always thought to myself, if it's always so fucking cold up there, and I don't like the cold, so it's like, right, we need to make sure we can wear appropriate clothing for this freezing fucking cold climate that we're living in. Let's wear a kilt. So I wonder if that's where the term freezing your bollocks comes from. I wonder. All right, I need to catch up. I've just waffled on. I think the monarch will be gone after Charles has popped his. I think one of his sons is lined up already to keep. He might even step down. We just don't know. Again, a lot of this is still just conjecture, really. And we're figuring it out as we go along, but a lot of you are kind of way ahead of the curve, way ahead of it, and I love that. But they are outdated, Pixman. They are very outdated. They're surplus to requirements. 2026. We don't need a royal family with shitloads of castles and stately homes and thousands of hectares of land, whilst we've got our senior citizens fucking literally freezing to death because they've had their £300 winter fuel allowance taken away from them, you know. And people, even the dumbest fucks out there, are starting to see that and think, hold on a minute, you know. Even the dumbest of people, it doesn't take much. So they're out of date. They're no longer. They were never required anyway. I understand why. Let me just catch up first. It wasn't just a joke about crazy relatives being kept in attics of huge mansions, though, was very common amongst aristocratic families. Yeah, it was. If they had an offspring, and not just aristocrats either, it was, you know, it was people from all classes. If they had, you know, if someone was born with a learning disability, they never really saw the light of day other than out of a window. You know, it's very, very sad. I'm glad things have changed in that regard. I really am. But then, have they? Because they want to kill them all off now. The vast majority of the people that were being supported by the organisation that I used to work for, it rhymes with MenCap. All of the ones that were under direct care. Well, I think I've got to be careful about how I say this, because I could be sued. They're all jabbed, all of them, every single one of them. And none of them could turn around and say yes or no, because their learning disabilities, well, they're learning disabilities, and they weren't able to, if they're under the care of MenCap to that degree, then they don't really work, you know, the care is put in place for them because they don't comprehend, you know, they need assistance to get through life. And that's why they get support. So they're all jabbed, all of them. So where is that fine line between, because I always said no one was forced, it was always a choice. I've always said that, but there are exceptions. Anyway, I have to keep all the money and the power in one place. Yeah, they do. But yeah, a lot of people are onto them now. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. I actually looked the part singing that song. 1969. That song. So they knew something, because we are entering into the age of Aquarius. Have to keep. Catherine has aged like she's carrying a load on her shoulders, knowing now what she's married into. Catherine, do you mean Kate? Do you mean Kate Middleton? Well, look, you know, there are a lot of misses of some very sick, fucked up, twisted people, right? I mean, look at Cherie Blair. When that was who I was trying to think of, her other half, evil, twisted bastard. Cherie Blair constantly looked like this. Like, she just couldn't believe what had happened yesterday, or the day before that, or the day before that. You know, it's like, hey up, Alison. Yeah, it's me, Cherie. Oh, I'm so low. Yeah, he's been at it again. Yeah, I came downstairs this morning because I heard a noise. I just heard it. Oh, it was a horrible noise. I came downstairs and it was over by the fridge. Now, I thought that was tomato juice in the fridge. It wasn't. And he was gulping it down whilst having sex with our German Shepherd. And it really freaked me out. I fucked off back to bed. Why do I keep putting up for it? Because I'll die otherwise. He told me. Yeah, sacrifice, yeah. Alison? Oh, that's another friend gone. Don't know where that came from. But yeah, constantly, I mean, and Cash Patel, he's another one that's like constantly looking around like, what the fuck? You know, constantly looking shocked. There's loads of people that just look shocked all the time because they've just, it's like their eyes have been opened and they've just entered into a complete new world of absolute fucked upness. And if fucked upness isn't a word, it should be. Reiki, religion, Reiki, cavalry. I don't understand that, but I am still learning. You know, there's an awful lot to take in once you've gone through that membrane. You know, I don't know why I keep doing that. It just sounds disgusting, but it does feel like we've all gone through like a membrane, pushed ourselves through a membrane into another level of awareness. And then when that gets like really fucking intense, we push through another membrane of awareness and keep going up and up and up. I think that makes sense to someone. Because it's very difficult to it's like being born, you know, and then born again, and then born again as we move through this, like different levels of awareness. Well, if I've never sounded like a hippie before, I fucking did now. Project Bluebird. Project Bluebird project. Right, bear with me, Lana. Project Bluebird, Project Bluebeam, Project Evergreen, Project Artichoke, MK Ultra, MK Naomi, Project Monarch, Operation Chaos, Operation Gladio, Operation Mockingbird, Operation Paperclip, Operation Northwoods. Fuck me. A lot of operations. In fact, I would be very surprised. I was going to say, I bet you've missed some out, and there they are. Let me get up. I won't read them all out because I know you can all read. But actually, in case there's anyone blind that's listening, because you know you never know, and when people put stuff up on the screen on their channels and that, they do read it out. So I'm going to read it out. The bush. Oh dear. Well, there's a lot there. You've been busy. You've been busy, Lana. Project Woodpecker. Oh my God, there's a lot there. I'm not going to read all that out because you can all read for yourselves, but isn't it great that Lana's just done that? Because it puts things into perspective when you look at it like that. The magnitude of the head fuckery that's been imposed on the human race is there. And I'm sure that there's some that she's not even written down. You know? And this is what we've had to contend with and are contending with now. Yet here we are. You know, chins up, shoulders back, chest forward, ready. Whereas there are people out there that are just starting to become aware of all this and they're just collapsing, you know, or worse. And I've always said, if we could download what we've learned especially over the last 5-6 years, some people decades, and then uploaded it into someone's mind that is blissfully unaware of any of this, the knees would give way. They'd never be the same again. But then we're all different as a result of that as well, but we've survived it. you know, and well, I can't speak for everyone, but a lot of us are hungry for more and more and more, hungry for knowledge, hungry for the truth, a never ending, insatiable appetite for the truth. Thank you for putting all that in there, Lana. I mean, I doubt very much that you copy and pasted any of that. So very, very, very much appreciated, sweetheart. And I'm sure that's been a bit of an eye-opener for at least some people that weren't aware of it being that many. There's a few in there that I don't recognise. The woodpecker one. You'll have to send me all of that if you don't mind. Just send me it all over on X or email it to me or whatever. Just so that I can start to have a little bit of a, you know, again, there I go again. I love cheese. And work your way through those. Yeah. Yeah, if you can send them to me, Lana, I'd be very, very, very grateful. I really would. Can you repeat that, please? I could have done a screenshot, but I don't want to mess about with my phone. I hope you understand, Lana. I've seen a lot of what you've posted, Lana. I had the good fortune of meeting a very intelligent person when I was in my early 20s. Hey, you know, there are people that we kind of interact with. Again, I've given the fuck off, the analogy of going to a bar, just going to a bar, you know, and going up and ordering a pint of Guinness, and it's a patient man's drink. You've got to wait for it to settle. And sometimes they do it in stages, and then they go and serve someone else and then come back in a bit more. It's a patient man's drink, or woman. And you can get someone come up to you, just stood at the bar there waiting for their Guinness. And within like just 60 seconds of conversation, they could tell you something that changes the course of your thought processes forever, or the course of your life forever. Just a very brief interaction at a bar. You know, my life went off in a completely different direction. I wouldn't be sat here in this house doing a live stream right now if it wasn't for for a bloke, whilst I was umming and ahhing as to whether or not to shave all my hair off. He turned around and said, "Did you know?" Because I had a really good job. I was an assistant manager at a mobile phone repair centre, but it was paid nice and it was good. But it was boring. It was dull. We need we all need jobs or we all need to be doing things that we can get our teeth into, that we can really enjoy. And he turned around and said, "Mencap are having an open day on Saturday. Why don't you go down there?" And I just said, "I've got a criminal record, mate. You're not going to take me on." He said, "How do you know? What you got to lose?" I don't think it was a Saturday, actually. I think I pulled a sickie. Now, if I hadn't gone down to that open day, I wouldn't have ended up getting a job with Mencap. If I hadn't have got a job with Mencap, I wouldn't have met Sal. If I hadn't have met Sal, I wouldn't be in this house talking to you, lovely lot. So it's these tiny little nudges that seem so insignificant at the time that send you off into a completely different direction. But then there are lots of theories out there that there'll be the original you that didn't have that interaction. You continued with that job. And then there'll be another version of you that did that, and multiple, infinite amount of yous, different yous going off in different directions, and then different directions, and then different directions. Infinite. Bit much. Bit early for that. Where was I? Seen a lot. He spent a lot of his life researching things like that. So exactly. You know, we bump into people that can be quite, they can just alter the way you think, or not alter the way you think, enhance the way you think. He used to work for a bank based in the Bahamas. Right, so he will have known some right devious cunts, you know. But then are they? No one wants to pay tax, and no one should ever pay income tax, but we do, don't we? Also, Looking Glass. Yes. Looking Glass is a very, very, very interesting one. And it would seem that there's no way around it for them, because the end result is still the same. They fail. So they'll try and, they don't want to lose what they've got. They don't want to lose all the ground that they've gained for eons and eons. They don't, you know, they want to live forever. They literally want to live forever. But yeah, if anyone's not familiar with Looking Glass, please do a little bit of a deep dive in that, because it's very, very, very interesting. Very, very. It's mind-blowing. I've seen a lot of what you... Let me just find out where I was. Was it Operation? It was Operation Looking Glass, wasn't it? Not Project, because there's Project and Operation, isn't there? I get the two mixed up. Needed multiple millions just to open an account. Okay, now. Send me his details, mate. Got it all sorted down here. Like this table is literally just resting on £50 notes. Don't know what to do with it. The hardship. Beautifully deep, this channel, Lana, fountain of knowledge. Oh, it's a lovely thing to say, Rosa. A beautiful thing to say. And it is. It has got plenty of depth, because it's full of deep people. I think what we've got here attracts like-minded people, and everyone has got depth about them, and I love that. I really love that. I love what we've become. I love what we've created. I really do. And it is a we thing. So I've just found the knot in my hair. Tippet iceberg. That reminds me of a really, really shit joke where a woman goes into the doctor's, and I know everyone's heard it, but I need to just get it off my chest. So please just entertain me, you know. And she goes, "Doctor," because what? He says, "I've got something going on down there. I need you to check it out." And he goes, "You got a lettuce in your knickers." He goes, "Yeah, that's just Tippet iceberg." Thank you for allowing me to do that. So I definitely took the red pill. The red pill is the best pill. Again, it's not been easy for any of us, and the timing was well off for a lot of us, but I wouldn't have it any other way. There's nothing, you know, the truth is absolute. There's nothing above the truth, and the truth is the light. And that's not me being religious in any way, because I am not religious, but the truth is the light, and it is the way. It really is. And whether we get to know everything in this lifetime or not is another question, but I endeavor to give it a go, as I'm sure most of you do. You know, I think it's important, and we get enlightened along the way. So even if we don't get to find it out, who knows, maybe we get a second chance, or we get to find out. Who knows? Again, conjecture. It's all of this is conjecture. Well, not all of it, you know, some of it is bang to rights, obvious, blatant shit, you know. Good. I think what you've said we'll do there, I think I'm well behind, Lana. I think that's your response to me asking you if you'd mind sending it all to me. So thank you. Injected. That's a brilliant username, an injected NPC. Now, I am hoping that is, you know, just irony. You know, I'm hoping that you aren't. You know, you're definitely not an NPC if you've stayed and listened and read the comments and stuff like that. You're definitely not an NPC. But I love that. It's a great username, and thank you for joining us, my friend. Much love. And Dave's response is, "Hi, injected." I pasted some from a Word doc list I have and added rest as I work through them. Yeah, well, it was still extremely efficient and a really good Lana, you know. I could only just wish that you'd done that months and months and months ago, you know. But having said that, maybe in a few months' time, do that all over again, because we'll have new people joining us all the time. And I think this is information that everyone needs to know about, because they're all real, all of them. And there's a lot of people out there that'll be like, "That's a load of bollocks. It's all rubbish. You're all off your head. You're all fucked in the head." When in actual fact, we're on the path. We're on the right path. We've been paying attention, and this is all very real. And people need to know about it. So you're doing a very, very valuable public service there, Lana. Thank you. Sent them over to you on X Terry. Thank you, Lana. Looks like I've took a screenshot. I hope everyone has, because there's loads there that I'd never heard of. I mean, Project Woodpecker. Oh, I did at that point, I did look like, you know, the really weird one out of Wayne's World. Hey up, Johnny, mate. How you doing? Are you all right? Thanks for joining us, my friend. Much appreciated. And happy Friday. I've took no bother. Enjoy your research. Project Looking Glass. Yeah, it's just a project, right? I did think it was project. I mean, what's the difference between project and operation? Because they're both same side of the same coin, aren't they? Or different sides of the same coin. Injected NPC. I love that. Platinum will go up as Pandora are stopping using silver on a lot of things. They are plating stainless. Where did you get that information from, Injected? It feels very strange calling you Injected. I'd like to write that down because I'd like to look into that. Because I think it's, but again, platinum's very expensive. So going from silver plating to platinum is more expensive. But I would like to look into that, my friend. I really would. That's very, very interesting. Sally had a beautiful Pandora bracelet, and it had loads of meaningful charms. And I gave that to Reese, you know, it belonged with him. But yeah. You see, platinum is still very, very expensive because it is quite a rare metal, you know, like gold and that. And that's why I've been buying lots of copper, because then a lot of people are turning around and going, where are you going to store all that shit? You know, because, you know, a kilo of silver is horrendously expensive. A kilo of gold, well, this is 1.4 kilos. A kilo of gold is like off the charts, but you can't buy gold. Well, you can, but it's easier to buy gold now than it is to buy silver. But when you go to all of the trusted places, they're all sold out. Or you're having to wait, you know, put an order in and just hope that you get picked up before they run out again. So copper's just the next best thing for me, you know. And it doesn't take that much space up. I mean, I would rather find a spot somewhere in my house to put 1.4 kilos of copper that's going to be worth probably about 100 quid in a few months. And that would take up the same space as two tins of mackerel worth £1.80. So I've got plenty of food in. If you need any food, come round. I'll sort you out. Well, that's interesting. Injected, very interesting. Also, the hidden in plain sight symbolism, Google Chrome, xXx, CERN logo, xXx, Google Play logo, sigil of Satan, Facebook. Yeah, you know, if you look at all of these symbols, they're almost identical. Almost identical. You can see the 666, you know, it's right in there. But yeah, like, actually, Lorna, can you just send me the image of that, of those most well known, you know, the Gmail purse thing as well. If you can send me that to me via email, via X, so I can just screenshot it and I'll put it in the post section, just so people have got a like for like, you know, side by side comparison. It's all over the place. They don't hide. They hide everything in plain sight. Everything. It's almost like they have to keep their conscience clear. I think it's got something to do with the karmic elements of it all, because they know they're sick, twisted fucks, and they know that karma is probably a thing, you know. So they put everything out in plain sight. Most people aren't even paying attention, but we are. That's how it gets, Dave. You don't, you know, if you put loads of laughing faces in, like I've said something halfway through reading a comment, and then I've laughed my tits off and made a joke out of it, not meaning to be insensitive and anything. at all. And then I've read further and then gone for a piss, come back and then read the rest of the comment, and it's like, I lost my mum or something like that. And I'm like, oh my God, you know? Oh, it's a minefield. It is. But none of us, no one here are evil, twisted bastards, you know, none of us. So we might get the occasional straggler that will come in that doesn't know what's what, but generally speaking, we've all got a heart, a big heart. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Well, there's a drink you can buy, and it's called Liquid Death. And I went on a hike with someone, and he says, "Do you want to go? Do you want to drink?" Both ran out of water, you know. So he went in the shop, came out with these 2 cans of water. Cans of water. So from the off, that should make you suspicious, because water, unless it's like really, really expensive from, you know, some sort of glacier in Norway that they've had to kind of go over there and just get 10 bottles at a time before they fucking freeze to death, and then charge you 20 quid for a bottle of water from a glacier, right? Maybe. But a mass-produced water in cans, it means that the container is more expensive than the contents, and then some. So that was my first thought. My second thought was Liquid Death, with the skull and crossbones on there, the word death on there, and knowing that water has a consciousness. Oh dear. It's all over the place. It's just so many people are unaware of it, and they wonder why they're so fucked up. It's because they're not paying attention. Yeah, loads of symbols in food labels as well. Coca-Cola 666, Aldi 666. Also Aldi all die. You need to elaborate on that, Jordan. I have no stigma towards injections. I enjoyed extremely high grade amphetamines for a number of years, and I didn't take them orally. Do you know what? One of the reasons why I ended up becoming a little bit more strict on because I used to sell amphetamines. That was the only stash that they never found. And I had 2 kilos of the shit, and they had dogs, but they never found it. And that was when a guy came around and he said, "Do you mind if I have it here?" And I said, "No, you're all right, mate. No worries." Most people, you know, they bomb it, just put it in a bit of Rizzler paper, twist it, pop it, and then just wait for the come up. This is a long time ago. I don't do anything like that now, you know. And he started cranking it up, and I'd never seen anyone crank fet up before. And I just saw this. I didn't want to just stare. But that was a defining moment for me, and that was it. I never sold to him again because I didn't want to be part of destroying his life. You know. So I'm glad you came out the other side, Dave. I really am. But I know people who bomb it, they wait for the come up, and then it, you know. Whereas when you're cranking it up, it's almost instant, you know. So I understood why people ended up going down that route, but it was a life wrecker. When you start creating tracks on your arms, I've never ever cranked up ever anything ever. So strength of mind and strength of character there, Dave. Yep, Disney is rife with it too. Yeah, I've seen a few things now. Some stuff that Lana sent me, crazy in your face stuff that a lot of dumb fuck parents just overlook because they're not paying attention. You know, all right, parents, don't worry about it. It's only your kids' fucking mental health and their general health at stake there. Don't worry about it. Where are we? Hello, Alan. Yo, Alan, how you doing? I've forgotten, right, because I struggle with names full stop. Is this Alan, as in Michael Allen, as in Alan? If it is, or whether it is or whether it isn't, much love, brother, and thank you for joining us tonight. Yeah, it's good to see you. I ain't seen you for a while. If it's the same Alan, but whether it is or not, it's irrelevant. It's all good, And I nearly missed you there, mate. I'm sorry. Bear with me. Computer is saying no. Gemateria with gematria is very interesting, where letters have a numerical value. That's what I was thinking initially with the little thing or Audi or whatever it was with the 666 thing. I was trying to work out if that added up to 666, but it didn't. Kabbalah is a corrupted version of it. Yeah. Sent them a few days ago on X. Oh, I do apologize, Lana. I'll have a look. Or I'll make it a mental note to look into it again. I've noticed. Where are we? Look up subliminal messages on Disney movies on YouTube. Yeah, that's a really, really good statement from Alana there, because it will come up with it and it'll blow your mind. Like Lion King, he's got, I'm not sure if it's Simba or something like that, and it's just like this rocky outcrop. And all you can see is the stars in the sky, and the stars spell out sex for a children's animated children's film. Certificate U. Sex. And when I was trying to tell people like 5-6 years ago, they're coming for our kids, and they're like, "We're fucking stupid," you know. And then one or two like, "Send me some evidence." There you go. Don't be fucking stupid. Who's the stupid one? You know, the fuck. The 3 scratches on Monster drinks are tetragrams of 666. Yeah, Lana pointed that one out to me, and I did know some. I remembered it from a while back. And it's not just those marks either. There's something else as well. I can't remember what it was, but again, it's a synthetic form of taurine that's in there. So, I mean, if you were to drink real taurine, that is bull spunk. So this is a synthetic version, or is it? You know, has someone that kind of, it had enough of being the groom of the stool, right? Thought I'm sick of this, right? I'll get a job. I'll get a job at Red Bull or Monster. Getting real taurine, you know, underneath a bull, like that. And then collect it all up, and because that's what taurine is. It's bull sperm, or an element of it, you know. Our Ray's just popped in whilst seeing me replicating masturbating a bull. So I do apologise, Ray. It came in at a very awkward moment for me, but I'm finished now. Unleash the beast on the monster can too. Yeah, the truth is out there, just needs eyes that can see. Spot on, Michael. Alana, hello, Alana. They will not win in the end. I totally agree with you, Alana Williams. I totally agree with you, and I think loads of us do as well. But it's just going to be one hell of a challenge to get from here to where we need to be. So as long as you're preparing, sweetheart, you'll be good to go. Is that? Oh, did I think that was Alan? It's Alana. Alana. I do apologise, Alana. But yeah, either way, I agree. I totally agree. I've got absolute faith in the human race that we will get through this. But it's going to take people like you, people like me, to hold our ground, stand our ground, and keep pushing the truth forward, no matter what. No matter what. I think that's why we're here. Yeah, water has consciousness and memory. If you place a glass of water on a coaster that has a skull on it, then freeze the water, the ice will have a skull marked inside it. And that's the truth. That's real. That really does. Give it a go. And again, I was talking about the water consciousness test in videos way before live streams, you know, and that test, if you do it properly, it works every single time. So please feel free to come up with an explanation for that. Water is, there's so much we don't understand about it. So much. It's a real enigma, you know. It's incredible. It's alive. You know, they say before you drink water, make it alive, bring it to life. So spend 60 seconds stirring it one way. So you create a vortex, and then 60 seconds spinning it the other way, create a vortex going the other way. And then do that 3 or 4 times. Most people can't be asked. So clockwise, anti-clockwise, or anti-clockwise and then clockwise, then down it. It's still going to be better than the shit that you're drinking out of the taps and anything that you've got coming out of your Berkey filter or your dehydrator. You know, it's purer water, but it's still dead. We're designed to be drinking out of streams, living water. Anyway, so even dead water can be brought back to life. There might be people that are listening to me now thinking, is this guy off his fucking head? Please look into it. I was extremely weatherproofed when it came to my liking of exotic substances. I did lose quite a few mates on the way, though. Exactly, and that's a very, very sad element of it. I lost some really good friends to heroin. You know, I never went down that route, and they were brilliant, amazing friends. You know, they really were dog's bollocks. And a lot of it was down to poor hygiene and bad mental health practices. Yeah, but a lot of these drugs can do that. You know, a lot of these illicit drugs can do that and send your, because we're not designed for these things, really. You know, like you, I was very experimental, and I suppose I still am in a way, but not with drugs anymore. You know, if someone turn around and go, "Oh, Terry, these are the dog's bollocks. Get one down." Yeah, I'll be like, "Nah, I'm good, thanks, mate." Because I've been there, you know. Mate, you're thinking of Alan. I know, Michael. As soon as I read Alana Williams, I realised that, you know. So Alana was probably sat there thinking, "Alan, are you all right, Terry? Terry, you know." So I do apologise, Alana. Still, you got a stutter there, Ray. Still in. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, darling. Still in a sad place. I'm listening though, guys. I hope you are feeling a little bit better, and just know that it will get better, Ray. You know, we've all lost people, and it's never ever a good positive thing. And depending on your relationship with the person, with the man or the woman, it impacts you in different ways on different levels, up to different levels of severity, you know. So, but I know of loads of people in here that have all lost people, especially over the last 5 years. So 5-6 years. Same marks on Aldi as Monster. Aldi meaning all die. Fuck me. Is that a case of, like, why is it called Aldi? And then you try and break it up and you think, Al, D, Al, all, D, what's D? Die? All die. Sometimes I think you can be, all I'm saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, I think everyone should look a little bit deeper into things and keep an open mind, because I do think that in a lot of cases, especially when it comes to stuff like the Bible, if you want to find because it's so incredibly open to interpretation, not religious, it's so incredibly open to interpretation that you can start to find whatever the fuck you want in there. So if you've got anything that kind of backs that up a little bit, I'm not saying you're wrong, Jordan, at all. You know me. You know, I'm just saying, how did you arrive at that? And if Liddell is a brother, they were two brothers, they were both brothers. So if Liddell is more or less the same thing, almost a carbon copy of Aldi, what does Liddell stand for? Getting a little ill? Again, it's open to interpretation. So again, I never really sort of look at something and go, right. And, you know, if someone's put something and given an explanation for something, I'll never ever go, right, that's the truth. And that's it. Move on to the next thing. It just goes in and floats around, because that works for me, you know. And then further down the line, not always, but there's loads and loads of pieces that just go bang and just make sense. No apologies needed, my friend. Thank you for all of your wisdom. Well, I don't know about wisdom, Alana, but yeah, you're welcome. If you get something from the channel, if you get something from us, if you get something from me, then it's all been worth it, you know. And that was the aim, to make sure that everyone didn't feel alone. because nobody should feel alone, because nobody is alone. You're not alone. You were never alone. We all felt so fucking alone, especially 5-6 years ago. We felt so incredibly alone, or I did, you know, and I know I'm not on my own. But you were never, ever alone. And you're even less alone now, because there are way, way, way more awakened souls out there. And when I say awakened souls, I remind myself of that long-haired, fake-ass motherfucking prick. What's his name? Russell Brand. So when I say awakened souls, I mean it. You know? When he says it, he's full of fucking shit. He's a narcissist. He's a cunt. I can't believe that there are people out there still following his channel, still listening to the prick. They're not paying attention. The last serious substance I took regularly was DMT. I have tried that. It didn't really affect me. It didn't really affect me, you know. Amazing stuff. Smoked my way through my way to different dimensions, experienced some very unusual things. I'm sure you did, and everyone else that I know that's tried it has, but it just didn't seem to affect me, you know. I know someone who bought a mushroom kit in, and yeah, pretty potent stuff. I mean, everyone that had it was off their fucking trolley. You know, where they were walking, I don't know, 50, 60 meters, and they said that it took them 5-6 hours. I did get some visuals, you know, and it was a tea. And I mean, these mushroom teas, you've got to, it's mind over matter, because you're like, trying to swallow, re-swallow puke is not for the faint-hearted, you know. But I remember being at Lake Garda in Italy, looking over. There was like a balcony, and it's me and Reese. We'd both had a proper strong brew of these mushrooms, and this is what was so bizarre, is I was looking over and there was like this African tribesman with, you know, you have these like, it's like a fern, like a thick fern, and they kind of wrap it around. They remove some of the leaves and they wrap it around, and then they tie it up. So it's like a massive collar that's spiked out all the way around, and then leaves coming out like that. And he was down there looking up at me like that. And I pointed it out to Reese, and he could see the same thing. We could both see this tribal African tribesman, witch doctor type, fucked up bloke, stood like 10 foot down from this balcony looking up at us. We could both see it. What the fuck is that all about? A shared consciousness? Because there are examples of that out there. It just doesn't sound possible. And because it doesn't sound possible, people just dismiss it. You know? But hey ho, it doesn't matter what other people think. It's what we saw and how we felt. Where are we? I'm a strong believer that psychedelics are part of our evolution. To some degree, I'm inclined to agree with you on that. But it's all about microdosing, you know, not getting completely off your fucking tits. Microdosing on certain illicit substances. But again, I don't want to encourage anyone, you know. Just like, was it Jamo out of Thingy Hill, the school thing. Just say no. He was like, just say no. Just say no, say no. Just say no. And then he's like, right, just having a break from the music video. Right, hold on. Jamo. Oh, what was the school? Grange Hill. Isn't it mad? You almost go into celebration mode when you remember a word. That's sad as that. It's nowhere near as sad as what I'm looking at right now. And no, I'm not looking down. I'm looking into the mirror. And I can see how much of a bugger I look. I think it kind of suits me. Yeah. I might keep it on. Oh, it was cold in the bottom of that toilet. Back in a minute. And I do think this kind of takes the edge off of the seriousness of, you know, life and what's going on around us. So I do think it's a good idea now and then. There's a few in the loft that I might. So I'm just tying my shoelace. Don't worry. So I might try a different one next time, just to mix it up a little bit. Right, where were we? You can produce it yourself in your brain. Yes, you can. Yeah, we do produce our own DMT. I would love to meet the clockwork elves. Not so much the jesters though. Definitely not, but mega doses got me to where I needed to go. Yeah, do you know what? You know, we've all got different. You see, I know someone, and I've known him for 30 odd years, and you know, we go out on the lash, and he's never ever built up a tolerance for alcohol. And apologies if you're watching this on a replay or you're watching it now, mate. You know, I used to, the amount of times I had to follow you to the gents because you were knocking blokes' drinks over, and I had to follow you to make sure you were all right. You had no idea, you know, how many fucking times I babysat you. I couldn't fucking relax, couldn't have a good time. So some people just have got a low tolerance for this, but a very high tolerance for that. And then there'll be people that have got a very, very low tolerance for that and a high tolerance for that, and blah blah blah. You know, we're all different. We're all different. But I seem to have a half decent tolerance for most things, you know. And yeah, I think that's probably a good thing. Yeah, because I'm always in control then. I'm not a control freak. Don't worry. Although I do like to be in control. You know, who doesn't want to be, who wants to be completely out of control? You know, it makes no sense to be like that. There's a difference between letting yourself go, and I don't mean like, I haven't washed my hair for 7 years and I fucking stink down there. I don't mean like that. I mean just letting yourself just go, just spiritually let yourself go. There's a difference, you know, there's a big difference. There's always that. Even the darkest entities I met could be driven away with a smile. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. That says a lot about who you are, Dave. You know, where it doesn't matter how strong the acid was back in the day, you had complete and total control. You could differentiate between what was real and what wasn't. But there are a lot of people out there, and there were a lot of people out there that just simply couldn't do that. So you ended up babysitting people, and it's not, you know, grown-ass adults. People should be able to take responsibility for their own actions. And that's still the case today. People should still be taking responsibility for their actions, especially as parents. Again, knowing what they're teaching our kids in schools about finishing on faces. Yeah, exactly what it sounded like. And anal sex using analogies of a banana being dipped into chocolate, you know, and then being encouraged to explore themselves. These are children. I don't know how I got onto that, but I think I was aiming towards the parents of these kids. That if you're not aware, and this goes to anyone that's listening to me now, if you're not aware of what your kids are being taught at school, you're a cunt. You're a fucking cunt, and you don't deserve those children. You don't deserve them. You don't fucking deserve them. You're a cunt, and you'll probably always be one because you don't know what your kids are being taught at school. People like me, people like Lana, and several other people, you know, that haven't got kids, know more about what your kids are being taught at school than you do as a parent. So that makes you a cunt. Moving on. There's always been that there. How long was your average experience? Oh, Alana's gonna. Oh, you're gonna get our Alana. She's a virtuous woman. Don't go fucking her up. I'm picturing Lana now. Oh, I've lost my wig. Should we leave it? I do feel like, you know, when you know, because a lot of black women wear weaves. No, this is not being racist. It's a statistical thing, right? And then you get people that go around and they've got YouTube channels and TikTok channels and stuff like that, and they go around and they just know they're just wigs. They're all fucking wigs. They're all fucking fake, you know. And they pull them off and they've got shaved heads, most of them. So, right, shall I leave the wig? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Humor is a powerful antidote for us. It absolutely is, mate. If we can hold on to our sense of humour through crisis and again, the British people, you know, and that's all of the British Isles, including Ireland, not just Northern Ireland. I see Ireland as part of us. So as long as, you know, as Great Britain, we've got the ability to do that. We've got dark humor. We tend to go down really, really dark avenues of, you know, something really fucking bad will happen. Before you know it, there's a joke going around about it. And it's not because we're not impacted by it. It's not because we're so cold, hard-hearted fuckwits that we don't give a fuck. You know, it's not that we don't care. It's a coping strategy. We use humor to cope with it. And that's why we developed a very, very dark sense of humor. The British sense of humor is dark by nature. And we've got some of the greatest comedians in the world some of the greatest comedians that the world's ever seen. And they're all dark. Most of them. Most of the ones that I like. Because it's not meant to make a mockery out of a horrific situation. It's to lift us out of it. But then there are so many shallow-minded fucktards out there that are like, oh, he's making fun of it. He's a bastard. He's evil. No, he's not. You're just a cunt. You're a blinkered, shallow-minded fuckwit. Humor is everything. Humor can get you through everything. It can. So when I go on about never let go of your empathy, your compassion, all of those beautiful, beautiful human traits, don't let go of your sense of humor. Hold on to that with all your strength, you know, no matter what it takes. Different people need. That was very dramatic, you know. And Lana's not even going to do that. So, like, what was the point of me even doing that? I've lost my fucking hair now. Thanks, Lana. It was your fault for being an inquisitive potential drug addict. Oh dear. Different people need different. Different people need different amounts to break through. I only ever smoked the crystals, never fancied the DMT brew. I never was a fan of shrooms. I love shrooms. I do. Again, you don't need to get carried away, and we do have natural receptors for it. And but again, I don't want to encourage anyone, you know, because again, I've babysat so many fucking people over the years, so I know that not everyone can deal with it, you know. A lot of people tend to sort of push their limits before they find their limits. Pronounced all D. I knew you were going to come up with that at some point, Jordan, and I'm so chuffed that you have, or in some variations as a shortening of the German phrase all, as in die. Oh man, bear with me. I'm going to focus everything now on catching up. I've gotten so far behind. I'm so sorry. And I say sorry a lot, and I always mean it. I do. And it must be really fucking frustrating for you, because it would frustrate me. I'm so far back. Right, so I need to know what your interpretation of that was, you know. So, and then I'm going to read straight down without deviating and try and remember so that I can go on and elaborate when and where necessary. So all D in some variations as a shortening of the German phrase all die. Guten Schaden, meaning all those good things. Interesting. Hello, Lazy Geek. Oi, 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 Savaloy. Thanks for joining us, darling. Lana, around 10 minutes, a 10-minute journey I used to line up a row of good pipes worth a bounce for an hour on average. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a tick, but just give me a tickle. I never got very far with microdoses. I think part of that's down to having autistic neurostructure. That would make sense. But I do think microdosing, yeah, right. Again, I need to all the way down. Granger, yeah, just say no. Thank you for that, Ray. Got there in the end. Loving the Spice Girls wiggle on. Yeah, which Spice am I though? Granny Spice? Was there a Granny Spice? If there wasn't, it fucking should have been. An offshoot of Nancy Reagan's war on drugs. Yeah, it was. It was all so fake. It was empty shit, you know. Again, Reagan, you start looking into Reagan, you know. He was an actor, for fuck's sake. But then they all are. I'd be interested in experience the elves and stuff, then painting what I've experienced. Do you know what, Lana? That'd be incredible. But don't do it on your own. Don't do it on your own. I'll come up. You'll need a heroic dose of DMT to blast off and break out of this reality. Yeah, but again, it's finding where your level is, because there are some people that have never been the same again. If you refine the crystal from a high strength source, you only need a pinch in your pipe. It's got a nice ring to it. Here's a little pinch in your pipe. Just bit of a bugger to refine. Pay attention to that bit, Lana. And try put it in a song. Oh, and Michael with he's like interpreted it into music. So many incredible songs, especially Pink Floyd and the Beatles. You know, there is so many bands out there that created some incredible music, fucking amazing, off their tits. They were inspired from mind-altering substances. What channel is it that where it's Chris with a K, and he does a lot of common law stuff and points out a lot of. I quite like the guy. I still think he's got a lot of room to grow, but I quite like him, and he does a lot. He does a Pink Floyd. I think it's called Floyd Fancy, the band. And he actually sounds just like him. Look into it. I'm such a massive Pink Floyd fan. And I likened your music to Pink Floyd, Michael, if you remember, in the early days. You know what I mean. It would be an interesting tune. I used to love deep meditation on acid, or just after a session on DMT. I used to do art on acid, but with pen, and I'd be almost through to the next page. Quite intense, but never lost it. I was always with it. To keep deep psychedelic meditation. Yeah, but trying to maintain focus that's a challenge in itself. At this world low, but how many people would get it exactly? But it's not about how many. It's not about getting it out to. It's a bit like this channel. It's not about getting it out to millions of people. It's about getting it out to the people that get it. Lady Geek, my tolerance levels are off the charts. I love that. But there's only one way to find that out, and that's the risky bit, for a lot of people. Again, I don't endorse anyone taking class A's or anything like that. All I'm saying is just be you, know your limits, and we're a very curious, adventurous species. We are, especially the Europeans. I could go down another route of conversation there, but I'll get behind again. Tried acid 3 times. That surprises me, Lana. It really does. Just move UFO, just move patterns, other microdots. Yeah, microdots. Like little flints. Spent one evening talking to a brick in the fireplace, watching clock melting and fighting a carpet shark from Oh my God, Lana. Hey, you're a bit of a dark horse, sweetheart. The melting clock, Salvador Dali. I love Salvador Dali. Most of my art is quite, yeah. He was a very big influence on my art. Out of the mind and onto the canvas. There we go. Well, I don't want to spend too much time fucking around, but I've got a Salvador Dali book down there because I just love Salvador. I don't like him. I think he's do a little bit of research, maybe a little bit fucked up, but his art was just out there. And I did get a VR headset that went with my S9, and there was a Salvador Dali VR experience where you could fly through the elephants that have got dead long legs. Fucking brilliant. If anyone knows anything about Salvador Dali, that will be familiar to you. Anyway, he was very influential. But so was Tony Hart as a kid, and that other lovely man. Oh, what was his name? Rolf something. Followed by 6 hours in a free talking to an owl. While she's talking about owl, I heard from what I would consider to be a reliable source that Pornhub was owned by a rabbi, right? You wouldn't believe the level of these rabbis. Again, look into the Talmud. So anyway, I tried to do a little bit of research into that. And so I was like, who owns Pornhub? Who is the CEO of Pornhub? Who is the main shareholder of Pornhub? Blah, 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 blah. Owl, 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 owl. Have a look. I have nothing to do with Pornhub, and I mean that hand on heart. But I was very curious about that because I knew these fuckers, the fucking curly bits here, are deviants, are fucking deviants. You know, again, why aren't people just talking about this shit? Because it's going to affect my income. Anyone that's choosing YouTube as an income further down to go down this road that we're going down, all going down together. Anyone that's choosing YouTube as an income because they're moving with the times, right? You're fucking doomed. You're fucking doomed. You're a prostitute with Google as your pimp. And you're never going to be free. You're never going to be speaking freely. You're never going to be talking freely because you're going to be worried about your financial income. So fuck you. If you're using YouTube as your income, right? If that's your income, if you're choosing YouTube as your employer moving forward, you're doomed. You're doomed from the start, and you're a cunt. Because you'll never be speaking freely. Because you'll be like, oh, I need to make sure I don't say that word. I need to make sure I don't say that word or that word or that word. I need to avoid this subject and that subject. That's not freedom. You fucking moron. But use this platform to get the fucking word out. Activate your channel. I'm not expecting everyone to do that. I'm just saying. You know, there are loads of fucking keyboard warriors out there, but very few warriors. Anyway, let me put the wig back on because I feel like I've brought it all back down again. And I want to make this as light-hearted as possible because I think that's good for us. It is. See, I don't even know how to put these things on properly. It's something like that. I think that looks a bit better. A little bit more kind of late 70s. Tragedy. Where are we? I worked in a nursery and I would never place my kid in one of these facilities. Good on you, Lady Geek, because they are so disgusting, and the fucking parents is to blame. You know, the parents, it's the parents. for not paying attention as to what their kids are being taught in school. You know, these fucking parents don't deserve these kids. Kids are a blessing and a miracle, especially if there's that divine spark at the moment of conception. You know, now it's hard to be serious, you know, but we need to try and keep it lighthearted and talk about these things whilst trying to maintain balance. In reality, I must have been hanging upside down from the pine staircase, the tree in my room, giving it tweet to Lorna. I now have that mental image in my head, and it's staying there, and it's all free. It's all free as well. It's free of charge. You know, you can't charge me anything for that, even though it's all yours. It was your moment, but yeah, it's mine now. So cheers. Again, dark horse, proper dark horse. Never ever saw that coming. Michael, what's 3? What's 3? Rearing it down there. And then making that. No. Last time I thought I was inside a Terry Pratchett novel. Interesting. They're very interesting times. Terry Pratchett was very, very interesting. The tortoise with the elephants propping up the world, if I remember right. Last time I thought, oh yeah. So I can go down now. I am slowly catching up. Yeah, the Terry Pratchett universe. I wonder if he was a trip head. I wonder if he was an acid head at one point. It wouldn't surprise me. People get yeah, you know. Not really tried much. Mainly weed, 1 line of coke, few lines, and vet. Not being my thing. That's not a bad thing, Jordan. And do you know what? I don't think you need it. You're already in touch. Old Spice. Oh, I used to have some of that up until about 20 years ago because I was a traditionalist. Still am. Hello, Abby. Oh, sorry, able-bodied. Oh my God, I haven't seen you for ages. You're all right, sweetheart. One of our beautiful American friends. Glad to make it live from across the pond. Hey up, Melanie, you beautiful, beautiful lady. Thank you for joining us. Much appreciated. Shit's crazy over there, just like it is over here, but just different, you know. And yes, Melanie, I've grown my hair with a new caffeine-based shampoo, which is very, very good. And I've got about 600 vials of the stuff in the kitchen. It's £500 a vial. So if you're balding a little bit, let me know. I'll send it over to you. I don't know what £500 is in dollars, but we'll sort something out. All right. It's just after 5 p.m. here in Louisiana, so work is over. Grab yourself a drink and relax. Our Melanie, you'll be all right. You'll be in good company. I'll call you Mel, if that's all right. Not because I'm lazy, but because it's nice and simple, just like me. Nice one. 11:15 here. Hope you're off over the weekend. Yeah, I hope she is too. You're not missing a great deal, Jordan, and you've saved a ton of money, lol. Yeah, you have. Fortune. I copied a Salvador Dali painting. Oh, Lady Geek. Can you take a photo of it, if you don't mind, and email it to me? It's rosehippieguy1@proton.me. Because I would love to see that. I would love to see it. I would love to see that. It's a great style, you know. Again, this headset, you fly underneath the elephants, and then you fly past a tree that's got a melting clock on it. And then you go really, really high up, and then you swoop back down again, and it's just incredible. Do you know who I feel like I look like now? You know, Harry Enfield and what's his name? Is it what Gary? Oh, I've forgotten his name now. It's like the DJs, yeah, the two DJs. Like a 1980s DJ. Anyway, let's get serious. Come on, let's get serious. I was like 15, but loved this art. Yeah, loved his art. He's always been a fascination to me, and yeah, just incredible. But a very, very strange man, you know. Nice here, 60s and sunshine. Sunshine? What's that? What's that? We're sick and fucking tired of grey skies. We get one sunny day every 2 weeks. Oh no, got a little bit of wee now. I haven't. Let me just let them out. Oh no. Girls in. Come on. I'd repotted my ginger and placed it at the back door. And yeah, it's just been obliterated. Zephyr, come on. Come on. Zephyr, this way. Come on. Oh, man. Soil everywhere. That's something that a 95-year-old incontinent person would say. And I think I look like that. Anyway. I know it's been very, very cold over there. Melanie, really, really cold. Unnaturally so. You know, that big sheet of fucking ice and snow that reached all the way down to the Bahamas. You know, it didn't really affect the ocean either side, the Atlantic and the Pacific. No, it matched the landmass perfectly, all the way down to the Bahamas. Snow on palm trees. You know? So destroying destroying plants that that might not ever recover. Because but the way that some plants, they are capable of dealing with quite a lot. A lot of people underestimate plants. This might be a bit boring for some people, but just hear me out. So the frost and the snow will land on the first layer of the leaves, and then those leaves will protect the leaves underneath. And then, but those leaves will die, and then the leaves underneath that will take the burden. And prolonged snow and prolonged frost eventually will collapse those leaves, collapse the next leaves, and then the next ones. And then before you know it, the plant's just destroyed and it can't grow back. You see, these people are trying to kill all life on Earth, all life. They believe that, again, but there are different factions that all want different things. I do believe that there's a lot of infighting amongst these crazed fuckwits that are at the top of this pyramid, these families and the people above these families. But that's just my opinion. But I do believe that they want all life on Earth killed because their God believes that everything on Earth or in this world is evil. So in order for them to get to God, they need to destroy all evil, which is Earth, which is our world, however you interpret it. Sick motherfuckers that deserve no mercy when they're begging for their lives. Anyway, even this wig can't ease up on that level of fucking darkness. I was up. I love this art. Nice here, 60s and sunshine. I wish it was sunny here. Doomed to hell from everyone. Yeah, every which way, fuck 'em. I love that, Mel. That's the spirit. That is the spirit, and everyone should have that spirit. I think we have the tall end of your snowstorms, but it's only rain, weather warfare going on. Absolutely spot on, Michael. That is exactly what's happening. Or the tail end. Yeah, I talk too much to be on YouTube. I stay in Facebook jail. I got shadow banned years back from Facebook, so I don't really use it for that anymore. I just use it for marketplace, Facebook Marketplace, because I'm after another little tabletop freezer. You know, just 2 drawers in there, so I can put more meat and cheese and butter in there. Just stock up as much as I can, because I know I can run my fridge freezer and a separate freezer. Once you've got them both down to the right temperature, they just trickle. They just trickle with electricity. Fridge freezers and freezers use so little electricity, it's ridiculous. So I know that I can use my solar generator to power both of them in a permanent blackout or a blackout. You know, so I need to get back to some people on freezers, because they've contacted me back, but I've not had a chance to get back to them. But I'm after a new freezer. But during the winter, you can put stuff outside, but then you can end up with a day where it feels so mild, it's like spring, or all the frost's gone. And if you've got stuff out there that was frozen, you were hoping to keep it frozen and keep it very, very chilled, it starts to spoil. So we need to try and learn and focus on trying to find other ways of preserving food. Again, 5% distilled pickling vinegar, white vinegar is brilliant, really good. Dehydrating, brilliant, really, really good. But if you can afford to buy a freeze dryer, if you can afford one, you could actually set yourself up as a little business. You could make money out of that. You could, especially if you get to know preppers in your area that don't know where you live, you know. You could sell freeze-dried stuff online in normal plastic vac bags to save money. You could make a business out of that. You really could. Nice little sideline. But in order for you to maintain a business moving forward with a freeze dryer, you're going to need to have a bank account. And if they progress and are successful with this digital ID slavery system, you're going to need to have a bank account. And so you're going to have to kiss goodbye to your bank account. So you're going to have to find other ways to get money, different ways to trade. I mean, I've just won. So I put another, just very quickly. Again, I'm trying to sort of keep ahead and then keep ahead and keep ahead. And I've been doing that and it's worked. But tonight, so I've bought loads of British threepences. I've got 40 of them now. 40 threepences, and each one of them are 92.5% silver, which is sterling. That is what sterling silver is, 92.5%. But if you buy Australian silver coins, they're sixpence. Our sixpence up until 1920 was 92.5% silver, whereas the Australian sixpence was 92.5% silver up until 1946. So whereas ours was up until 1920. So they carried on. So tonight I bought some more silver coins. So there's 3 silver coins in the UK that are 92.5% silver. You try going on to say Chards of Blackpool or Cardiff Gold or any of these main suppliers. Try buying silver. Sold out, 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 sold out. Everything's sold out, right? So I've got to try and think outside the box to try and get silver, right? So I managed to talk this guy down from his original asking price, and I bought 4 Australian silver coins. 3 of them are sixpences, and I'm not quite sure what the other one is. The threepence. But they are all 92.5% silver. So for these 3 coins, I paid 20 quid delivered. And each one of these coins are selling for about £8 plus delivery. So there are bargains to be had out there. There are. Anyway. And again, there's lots of junk silver in America as well, Melanie. So you can, there's lots and lots of coins you can buy over there that are a lot more challenging to buy over here, because America's a new, it's not a new country at all, but it seems that way. Again, you start looking at your architecture, you know, from that's like 300, 400 years old or older. And then you start thinking, how the fuck did you manage a horse and cart through all of this mud in very early America to build this huge, giant fucking building made of materials that are solid, designed to stand the test of time. When everyone was driving around in horse and carts and horse and buggies. It's very interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, you've got a nice selection of coins that you can buy over there, Melanie. Junk silver. There's a lot of it in your early coins. So if you can't buy silver rounds, like the eagles and stuff like that, then maybe look into that. But I would definitely recommend that you don't put all of your eggs in one basket and diversify a little bit. You see, from a very early point in the channel, I did say that I didn't trust crypto, right? And I stand by that. I came close a few times, but I think that was out of a little bit of panic. Not panic, because I don't panic. Just thinking, right, I need to make sure I've not got loads of money tied up in silver. I've not got loads of money anyway. Once I paid the mortgage off and any other debts and stuff like that, there wasn't much left, so I've tried to be careful. Apart from that camper van, that was a big mistake. Sally, it'd only be 2 months. It was only 2 months after I lost Sally, and I bought that camper van. I wasn't in the right frame of mind. I wasn't in a good place. That was a bad buy. But anyway, that aside, I thought, right, I don't want to put everything into silver. I don't want to put everything into gold. So what else can I put it into? And I thought, right, how about stocks and shares? Stocks and shares. Again, this is all prepping related. This is a prepping channel. So if this is boring you, go over to the live stream. So I thought, right, maybe crypto, maybe crypto. But then my gut kept on saying, no, stay the fuck away from that. And it's only recently just come out. I don't know if anyone's kind of been paying attention to that side of things, but the chap who allegedly created Bitcoin, which was the first blockchain coin, there's a chap with a name that's very, very, very similar that's now kind of being a bit more prominent within the World Economic Forum with a very, very similar name to the alleged guy who created Bitcoin and then disappeared. Now, Bitcoin has gone from there to there, and it can only go down to there. It's gone right down. I believe that Bitcoin was a CIA psyop, and basically all money is about to go, or not all money, because money is gold and silver, right? All cash is about to go onto a blockchain, and then a universal income, a universal, income. So Bitcoin is on the blockchain. That is part of it. It is the same thing. So when they turn around to you and say, right, we're switching over, and we're not far away from that now. It's going to happen this year. We are we're looking at CBDCs, right? So this is the end of cash and the beginning of the CBDC slavery digital system, right? There's no difference between a CBDC and Bitcoin. Not really. It's the same principle. So I never went there. And lo and behold, over the last couple of weeks, a guy with a very, very similar name to the chap who allegedly invented Bitcoin has appeared, not claiming to be the guy who invented Bitcoin, but with a name that is almost identical. Now, I know of at least one guy, that I consider to be a friend. I've known him a few years now, and he's thrown hundreds of thousands of pounds worth into Bitcoin, and he swears that Bitcoin, this is going back a while, maybe a year or so, he swore that Bitcoin was potentially a solution from God. Ironically, he came to that conclusion on acid. So I never went there. I never indulged. I never ever got involved in Bitcoin. I don't trust it. I prefer to have my money invested into something that I can hold in my hand. If I can't hold an asset in my hand, then I don't own that asset. It's as simple as that. If you can't hold it, you don't own it. And again, the silver market. So you've got the paper market within the silver industry, the silver market, and then you've got the physical. Now, the amount that's owed in the paper market, which is just, you own X amount of silver on a piece of paper. Now, there could be, say there's a kilo of silver in a vault in a bank, 1 kilo. That bank, and there was an interview with Jeffrey Epstein, an old video, and he was explaining this away. It's called fractional reserves. So you basically have a kilo of silver. You can tell that person you've got 4 kilos, that person you've got 4 kilos, that person you've got 4 kilos, and that person you've got 4 kilos when you've only got 1 kilo. So on paper, you owe them a kilo of silver when there's only 1 kilo. That's the paper market. It's built on fraud. It's a Ponzi scheme. So whatever silver I've got isn't in this house. Whatever gold I've got is not in this house. But all of the copper that I've got is in this house. Something Kashimoto. Oh, they all look same to me. They all look same. Is that racist? No. It's an observation. Anyway, I've got behind. I'm sorry. I hope that makes sense to someone. And you are watching Bitcoin crash in real time. And I do feel sorry for this friend of mine that's invested a lot, the vast majority of the money that was passed down to him from his dad into Bitcoin because he believed in it that much. He has got money in silver and gold as well, but the vast majority of it is tied up in crypto, and it's just lost tens of thousands over a week. And then you've got Trump and family members of Trump that are involved in the crypto containment. Anyway, where was I? Why has everything gone blurred? I think we have snowstorms, but it's only rain, weather warfare. Yeah, I talk too much. Yeah. Hello, Hugh. You're all right, mate. I'm sorry it's took me so long. I'll go on one. I hope everyone's used to this by now. I hope you're just patient with me. You know, I'll get there eventually. Evening Rose, hippie and chat. I'm glad I'm here, away to bed soon. I'll just listen to it in the background and bless you all. Oh, much love, Hugh. Much love. Still can't even speak on COVID. That's why I am suspended. Are you suspended? What, from work? Fuck me, Mel. You know, even now, I mean, people are coming out of the woodwork and saying, yeah, actually, you know, it's really fucked up. It's very, very bad. So people should be able to speak freely about this now, because for all intents and purposes, the vast majority of the damage has already been done. It's a ticking time bomb. Not for everyone, because there was definitely a lot of saline involved, because it would have been too obvious too quick. But yeah, the damage has already been done, so everyone should be able to speak freely about it now. People are in this country to some extent. Weather warfare on steroids, snowed in Miami. I know, Miami, Florida. I mean, there'll be people in the Bahamas. There'll be kids and adults that have never seen snow in their lives. Never seen snow. Be like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What is going on? Oh, that's African. Well, similar. They all started off from there. Or did they? I'm torn between your chat and also on a chat site. Patlak. Paltalk. Lady Geek, you need to put all your attention onto this one, because this is the one that matters. It's this one. But you've got my attention. I won't mind looking into that. Sounds interesting. Always here, you. Always there. Always there. And whenever if you ever put a question into the comment section of any video, if I don't answer you straight away, which I will eventually, someone else will. You know, we're all here for each other. We are. It's a beautiful little online community that's took nearly 6 years to grow, and I'm so really proud of what it's grown into. I really am. It's everything I wanted and more. Great. A chewing. Is that based on the chat we were talking about, the tortoise and then the elephant and then the planet? I think so. Chatting to loads on there. Hey, you're a chick, you can multitask. It's in your DNA. You can do it. Oh fuck! Clicked up too quick. Oh man, I'm so far behind. I'm so sorry. Right, I'm going to go from. I'm sorry if I've missed out on any of your comments. I really am, and I mean that. I always mean it. Never say sorry unless you mean it. So I'm going from crypto. Crypto has always given me bad vibes. Yeah, me too. Trust your gut. Always trust your gut. That's what it's there for. 500 million neurons working in conjunction with good bacteria if you look after your gut. Trust it. Second brain. If I can't hold it, I don't own it. And that is the one thing that everyone should remind themselves. You see, with stocks and shares in the old days, going back about, say, 40 years or so, if you bought loads of shares in a company, you would get a certificate to say you own X amount of shares in that company. Now, if you buy shares in a company, you don't own those shares. The bank does. Like when you deposit £1,000 into the bank, or £500 or 20 quid into the bank, you don't own that money anymore. You've given it to the bank. It's down to the bank's discretion as to whether or not they give it to you back. So same applies with stocks and shares, which is, I've been so tempted to get into mining shares for silver and copper and tin and lead and gold. But I know that those shares won't belong to me, and they can just snap them away from me like that, and there's fuck all I can do about it. Whereas I own these, I've got them in my hand, and I paid approximately for this and the little one, just these. I have got more. I probably paid in total, including delivery, for these about 50 quid, including delivery, 50 quid. Now, I feel quite confident, but this is just me, my opinion, that within about 6 months, these will be worth 4 times what I paid for them in 6 months. And I can hold them in my hand. I don't know. I think I might have this wig on backwards, you know. There's a bit of an 80s vibe going on. Bitcoin, nah, if you can't hold it, you don't own it. Spot on, Michael. Yeah, that's right. Rose hippie, universal income. Yeah, exactly. It's you're a slave to the system, and in order to keep hold of that universal income, you have to be up to date with your vaccines, which aren't vaccines. So they're going to be holding you against, pinning you against the wall financially, unless you find a way. And I've been very pro find a way right from the start. And there's always a way. You just got to find it. Oh, Mel, don't worry about spelling. Don't worry about that. Anyone that's listening now, don't ever feel like you need to delete a comment or have to correct it or anything like that. We read between the lines. This is a very, very, very organic channel. So stay organic, like all the people who bought silver and have a certificate to prove it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just there on paper. And there's going to be a lot of people that are going to find that out the hard way, but they won't lose out. What they'll do is they'll get paid probably well in advance of it going up again, whatever the spot value is of that silver. So whatever the market value is plus spot, they'll get reimbursed that in fiat currency, which is the opposite. They bought silver to get rid of the fucking fiat. They didn't want this pointless fucking plastic paper shit that's worth nothing. That is a promissory note. It is debt. You are literally holding debt. So they wanted to get rid of that debt and turn it into something that has real intrinsic value. So to all of a sudden to to go from thinking, right, I've got loads and loads of silver, I'm all right, being a bit naive, bit of a twat, right? So then all of a sudden realizing that you haven't got that silver because you couldn't hold it in your hand, and then getting reimbursed for the silver that they couldn't give you. So they give you fiat instead. And that fiat is just something that they just typed onto a screen. There you go. They don't really literally, well, they do sort of. They don't really literally print more money. They just add it to a fucking screen. A digit, an extra digit. The combined wealth and money that you all have, and then times the population, it doesn't exist. It's a digital thing. It's just on a screen. It's a bit more complicated than that, but you get the idea. Already on universal income. Well, universal credit. Hey, nothing wrong with that, mate. You fucking paid into the system all your life. You've earned it. There are cockroaches out there that are getting 10 times more than you're getting, and they've just arrived here on a fucking dinghy. You know? So 2 things. A, you've earned it, and B, good on you for turning around and saying that you're getting it. Because some people feel like there's a stigma attached to that, and there shouldn't be. You paid into it, unlike these cockroaches. And Dave, yeah, all good. I've not been able to work for nearly 6 years now. Never thought I'd miss it long. I know there is something quite beautiful about that sort of extended family feeling of when you go to work and you get to bounce off your workmates. You know, some of them are twats, you know, some of them are, or twats. That's an American word. I'm not sure how it, but then Americans, it's like color. I love the word color, but we need to change the spelling of it because it's too English. So they took away the U. You know, there's loads and loads of words that have changed in America. No offense, Mel. No offense. Just saying. But yeah, it's nice to that extended family of when you go to work, you bounce off people, when you make new friends, almost like family members, extended family members, because you get on with them that well at work. To then being like semi isolated again, because you find yourself not relating too well to the world out there. And I can relate to that. I can. Well, I miss the money. Yeah, I know, but I'm telling you now, you can be extremely wealthy, and I mean unbelievably wealthy, and have fuck all in the bank. It's all about how you feel in yourself, having a roof over your head, having the ability to stay warm to some degree, even if it means just chucking a few layers on, having at least some family members that you still relate to and connect with and still love, and having at least some, or even just one good friend. That's wealth. Anyone that sees wealth as the be all and end all from a monetary standpoint is a shallow cunt. Just saying. Auto corrupt. Yeah, I know. It never ever puts the word that I need. Well, it does every now and then, but I don't trust it, so I just type very, very slowly. You know, someone will send me a text and I'll reply. You know, and it'll be like an hour later, send. Because I can't just give a yes or a no. I'm like, well, actually, a little bit like on here. Oh dear. Anyway, Mel, do you have this problem? Hair in your mouth? Or do your fellas like to shave? I'm so sorry. Oh dear. It is past watershed. We're all right. We've got it going on. Yeah, Facebook jail. Yeah. I could open another account and get it going again. But what's happened is there's been, over the last like 5 years, been thousands of people that have asked, you know, for like a friend request, and they've got like, say, between 50 and 400 friends, you know, that have, you know, same friends. I forget the jargon. I've not used it for a long time. So I'll accept them so that they can bridge across to other friends that aren't banned, and then just keep accepting them. As long as it's 50 or more, you know. So it's not just some bitch on fucking OnlyFans. So I can't be dealing with that shallow shit. So just accepting. So even though I can't interact with either party, I've connected them through my Facebook account. I hope that makes sense. Sometimes think of the money, but prefer my time over money. Exactly. Time is worth way more. In fact, it's your time that gives money, or not money, which is gold and silver, cash value. Otherwise, it's worthless. It's your sweat. It's your sweat that gives that money value. It's very strange. I feel like I look like a retired, like early 1980s soft rock singer that's hit hard times. Gonna hit the hay tribe. Good night. Oh, sweet dreams, Lana. I'm pretty sure I've missed you. But thank you for being there through the live stream. Always appreciated. And sleep well. Don't think I've been on Facebook for around 15 plus years. Way too much drama for me. Yeah, that was an element of it that did irritate me. If I'm on about, look what I made for dinner. You see what I made for dinner? This is what I'm eating for dinner. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I couldn't, even if I tried, I couldn't care less about what you've just fucking cooked yourself for dinner. Couldn't care less. And 99.999% of the people that you've posted it out to and added or whatever it is, you know, they don't care either. They just don't. It's very shallow. It's a very shallow platform. But there are also groups on there that have been very, very useful for people. Like I've mentioned, I had testicular cancer, and there was nothing around when that happened. You know, there was no groups. I don't even think Facebook was a thing back then. You know, this was the mid 90s, about 1994. No, it's a bit later than that, late 90s. And there's nothing around really. You know, there's no kind of, you know, because when you have cancer for the first time, it rocks your boat. Especially, I didn't know anything about certain things that you can do to avoid chemo and radiotherapy and stuff. I didn't know any of that. I knew nothing. So that rocks your boat to start off with anyway. But then there was nothing. There was no one out. I didn't know anyone that had ever had that before. You know, so I had no one that I could talk to or relate to about it. Nothing. But then there was this, when Facebook came about, there was a Facebook group on there called Check 'em Lads, and it was all about encouraging blokes to, every time they have a shower, just have a check. And I think there's something very similar out there for women to make sure they check their breasts regularly. There's a lady that's got she's a lovely, lovely lady. And she's got a channel called the Food Files. And she's just been diagnosed with breast cancer. So I'm sort of following her journey. And initially it was quite challenging because it brought back a lot of memories. But she's so lovely, you know, and she's listening to her subscribers saying, look, before you go down that route, please just consider these other routes. And I wish I knew all that when Sal was diagnosed. You know, it might not have made a difference, but it might have. So I carry a lot of guilt. Where were we? I think I went right off on another tangent there. Right, I think I missed a little bit. Saved by the Bell. So I've gone up to Our Hugh, and then I'll work my way down, I promise you. Yeah, still here among kindred hearts. I'll be away soon, getting tired. Hey, mate, you get your head down when you need to. Listen to your body. Your body knows what's best for you. Kiyashimoto. Yeah, that's right, Michael. Yeah. His name's slightly different, but not much, you know. And then when you work into that he's connected with Bitcoin, it's like, yeah, well, you know, you don't get more fucking blatantly obvious than that. Or is it a psyop? Who is it? You know, which one is it? There's definitely something amiss there. It's gone way up, way too up. Bear with me a sec, guys. Right, so I feel like I need to read Abby's or Mel's. I speak on the evil ventilators. I am a nurse. Wow. Fuck me, Mel. I tell you what, how you've managed to get, being the kind of woman that you are, how you've managed to find your way through the last 5.5 years of this as a nurse is pretty outstanding, you know, and credit where credit's due. That's fucking impressive, because you are observing stuff again, you know. You're in a position, it's like, where, right, do I speak out and risk my job and get struck off? Because I'm sure the nursing system in America is very similar to the nursing system in England, where you're on a register and you renew your license to be a nurse every so often, right? So if you have to, so you could be potentially in a position where you might need to, you could be struck off the nursing register, which would make you then unemployable as a nurse. So that is quite the dilemma. If you're an outspoken woman and you believe in the truth and you believe in justice, that would be a very, 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 very challenging situation to be in. So that little tiny comment there is a profound one, at a very minimum. Hugh, yeah, I'm still here among. Yeah, right. So I'm glad that I went above that and read that. Apparently, he is the Japanese inventor of Bitcoin, but nobody knows who he is. Could Kishimoto be an advanced AI? No, because, well, you see, the guy who has come forward to sort of be part of the management, if you like, of Bitcoin and blockchain in general has a very, very similar name, and he's a real man, right? So whether AI invented Bitcoin or not is another question entirely, and it's not something I really thought about until now. So thank you for that, and I mean that. What I'm saying is a guy that's just come along with a similar name to the guy that is the mystical man who invented Bitcoin has a name that's almost identical, and he's dealing with the Bitcoin aspect of the new world order moving forward. What are the fucking odds of that? That must be in the millions and millions and millions to one. Hundreds of millions to one. Maybe even in the billions, when you really think about it, because Bitcoin is a very unique thing. Yeah, there are other coins, but they were all based off the same principle as the original Bitcoin, right? So that's an anomaly of itself, in and of itself. It's a complete and total one-off, something that no one saw coming, a concept that no one thought about, that's still running now and has so many complicated aspects about it. It's an anomaly, right? So that alone, that for that to happen is a very, very strange out of nowhere thing, right? So then you take that into account with the alleged man that created it or created the concept of it and then started it off and then disappeared like Kaiser fucking Soze, right? To all of a sudden this guy has appeared with a name that's almost identical to be put in a position where he's dealing with all this. The odds must be in the billions. So when the odds are too fucking high, right, like that. Anyway, I do think that I'm starting to like this wig, you know. I really fucking like it. I might keep it on. Apart from bed, because I don't know if this is some sort of choking hazard, because I do breathe quite deeply in my sleep. I don't snore, you know. But yeah, I feel like I should reunite with my band from the late 70s, early 80s, whatever band that is. Hey, Michael, what do you reckon? Should we get a band going? Oh, I'm so behind. I'm happy. My time is mine now. Yeah, time. The most precious thing you will ever have is time. And that's why I always thank you for spending yours with mine. Not me, man. No vaxxers. Oh, I know. But I think my point was a little bit deeper than that, Mel, in regards to the vaccine, is that you would be seeing, I don't know if you've experienced over there. I've not looked into it because I'm all about England. Scotland should be about Scotland. Wales should be about Wales. We should be all as individuals, but also working together in unison across the world, but focusing on our own countries, right? So with the UK, there was a genocide of our senior citizens where they had DNR, you know, men and women that would have been sat around the Christmas table with us this year. They would have been there. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So I don't know if the same thing has happened in hospitals where you've worked or where you work. So giving them end of life medication when they don't need it, and then kind of giving people vaccines when they're just going in for an operation, you know, just going in for surgery and stuff. You know, I don't know how much you know about what's going on in your hospital, but then again, I don't want to offend you, but if I was witnessing something that I saw was unlawful and unethical, I would have to say something. I would have to whistle blow. I would have to. I wouldn't be able to live with myself otherwise. And I know me. So I'd have to whistle blow. But then I would be thinking that's going to be that I'll get no pension and that'll be the end of this job. And I might be unemployable from there on out. But I know me. I would take that risk. I just know me. But I know that not everyone thinks like that, and I don't expect everyone to think like that because everyone's got their morals in different baskets, if that makes any sense. Anyway, and that's not designed to make you feel I hope you've been listening to enough videos to get me to know that I'm not a malicious, you know, make anyone feel guilty about anything or man, I feel like I'm digging myself an even bigger fucking hole here. Anyway, right, so Jordan, work for yourself. The fruit and veg I grow, I try to pay myself for more preps. That's a really, really good system to work towards. It's going to be a lot more challenging in cities, right? I'm talking to realistic people here. You know that being in a city is going to be very, very, very tough. Very tough. But living on the outskirts of the cities, it's a little bit like if it's a nuclear bombs, nuclear bombs exist. There's a difference between nuclear and nuclear. Look it up. Which makes you think, does nuclear exist? So I'm just trying to give this as an analogy, that's all, right? So say a nuclear bomb lands, you've got the immediate blast zone, the secondary blast zone, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, right? So anything inside the immediate blast zone is vaporized pretty much, right? Then the next one, you're pretty fucked. The next one, there'll be a few survivors, but there'll be a lot of radiation sickness if nuclear exists, right? So it's just an analogy, that's all. But I'm hoping I've triggered your interest in that. So it's the same sort of principle. I forgot what I was talking about. I fucking waffle on so much. Yeah, cities, right. So if you live right in the center of a city, then that's going to be really fucking rough. So, but I do try to come up with ideas, and I will always do that. I'll always try and find a solution if I can. Email me. If you can't think of something, email me. I will fucking answer your email. It might not be on the same day. But I will back to you. I will. But that's going to be really, really rough. And then you've got the next layer out. That's going to be pretty rough as well, almost identical. Eventually, it's going to branch out and make that just as severe. Then there's the next layer out where you're not quite in the city, you know. That way, you know, you've got a shot because you're thinking ahead, you know, and you've got a better chance. Outside of that, you've got rural areas. But even then, those rural areas, you've not got tight-knit communities. I mean, it could be possible to turn this street into an island where no one can get in from that end or that end. And we've all got comms, because I've made sure of it. Where's the food aspect? I can't feed a fucking street. So anyone out in the countryside, yeah, they're not going to feel that immediately because it's going to be a long way to go. It's not exactly walking distance, but they're wide open. They've got no defences. Not really. This isn't America. Anyway, I feel like I went right on a waffle then. But I hope it made sense and it wasn't pointless. But yeah, hang in there. Able-bodied was a name you chose for your channel, for your YouTube account. And I think, you know, there would have been a reason for you to pick that name, you know. Prepping is the best investment. Yes, it is. Turn your fiat into preps. Yeah, that's another thing. I'm thinking, right, what I've got so far, what I've bought, to try and make this as easy as I possibly can to move forward to get to the other side of that fucking hill. I thought, I can't power a load of batteries, like, you know, leisure batteries or really good quality dog's bollocks batteries off a sovereign, right? So I thought, I've got all this metal, and even though theoretically speaking, and this is not like a fetish or anything like that. It's the first time I've ever done this in my life, right? But you go like that, you will have had some copper go into your system, and you're an electrical being, so you're going to benefit from that, you know. But to be fair, I can't fucking eat that. If I'm starving, I know if I pick that up and try and eat it, all I'm going to do is shatter my teeth. That's it. But then I'm Terry the tripod. I'm tripod Terry, right? I replace teeth as I lose them. So I might be all right, you know. So you've made a very, very valid point there. It's the fact that I can't eat that. I can't use that. And how slim is the window of opportunity to use this to turn that into fiat to then buy stuff that I need. I hope that makes sense. That is to some degree valuable, right? But at the same time, utterly worthless and useless. Balance, and it's trying to figure out that timing, you know. So I'm thinking, shall I turn that and the rest of my copper into another solar generator? Every time I talk to the screen, I can see myself, and I look like an 80s soft rock singer. Yeah, I quite like the look. Yeah. I'm having it. Mike, we should start a band. You can play God knows how many instruments, mate, you know. So you play all the instruments, just pick one up, put it down, pick another one up, and I'll just be there playing the only instrument I know how to play. The fucking triangle. What then you tell us about your life, the more I like you and the way you think. We must keep on spreading truth. That's a lovely, lovely comment. That is, Michael. It really is an inspirational one, and I think, especially for the prepping community, because it is a community. It really is. You know. We need to keep helping each other out and spurring each other on, no matter what. You can't even see my eyes. There we go, look. I even got concerned then about just leaving one eye covered, and then everyone going, I fucking knew it. I knew it. Rose Cunty guy is one of them. He's one of them. Like that. Just trying to keep it light and then go deep, and then light and then go deep. Balance. I'm away to bed. Oh, good night, Hugh. I'm sorry if I missed you, mate. I waffled on. I do waffle on. That's cool, Outrider. So careful, you know, because imagine if you just all went up, and my head was on fire, and all you could see was me running that way, screaming my head off, just loads of smoke and flames. I'll be right back. Do you know what? You know, some of the bravest some of the bravest people I know, right? And I do know some personally, right? Are those that have been jabbed and then have woke up and are moving forward with pure momentum. I've got so much respect for those people, are off the fucking charts respect, because they've taken all of that on, right? Realized, maybe I shouldn't have done that, and they've kind of taken that on board and then moved forward with momentum. So much respect. Look, go through every single fucking video I've made. There's over 600 now. Go through them all, and I've not slated one single person that's been jabbed. Not one, not once. So, yeah, much love, because that's an undertaking. It is. Admit it. First of all, admitting it to yourself, which is something that the vast majority of society are refusing to do. First of all, not only is it hard enough for you to admit that to yourself, that you fucked up, right? If you got your kids jabbed, right? Trying to take that amount of fucking guilt on board, especially if your kids have ended up with a form of autism, or they've had like a mild heart attack as a baby, or they've had a blood clot or a little mini stroke or anything, anything like that. Something that's just not normal for a young child, a young healthy child, which should be normal. A young healthy child should be normal. So then realizing, taking that on board, that you fucking, that you shouldn't have had that in the first place, and then your kids, and then there's something wrong with your kid, and then realizing that you were in control of whether or not they had those jabs. Fucking hell. There's so many people out there that will not take responsibility for their actions as a fucking adult. Wow, Mel. So it started moving down on its own. Maybe that's the universe saying, or read the fuck up, Terry, and read the messages. So I've had to go up a little bit, and I'm sorry if I've missed anyone out. So I'm starting off at Jordan. Just got to think of the ups. Look for positives. Spot on, Jordan. Silver linings. I'm telling you, and I wouldn't say this if I genuinely believed it. There are silver linings all around you. It's just that sometimes they get a little bit more difficult to spot, but they're there. They are there. I'm telling you. So a lovely comment there, Jordan. And very true. Remember, I've lived through Hurricane Katrina, martial law as a nurse. I was retired before COVID. Fuck the nurses register. I took pictures of empty hospitals during COVID. This world needs more people like you, Mel. It does. That's one of the most powerful fucking comments I've ever read. It is. you know, because as a nurse, as a retired nurse, you were looking back over your shoulder at your career and seeing colleagues that were still in the job doing these despicable acts of murder. At a minimum, manslaughter. I'm sure we've got loads of nurses over here too. And I've gone into arguments with one of them. I have mentioned this before. I am going to mention it one more time and then I'm done, right? So I was saying that it was something about nurses just dancing, learning fucking dance routines. There was fuck all going on, nothing going on, right? These weren't simple, very, very simple dance routines. Some of it was very complicated. They would have had to have put hours and hours of practice in to nail it down for these TikTok videos. So I slated nurses from that period, and I mentioned the whole DNR notices on the beds, and someone responded to my comment and said, "I feel like fucking Richard Vobes with his bastard pipe." What happened to him? So basically, I put this comment in there and slated the nurses for various reasons back in that time, right? And this comment was from a retired nurse. And because I slated so many nurses in general from that time about not questioning all of this ocean of DNRs, an ocean of them, all of them, you know, all of a sudden, you know, some might have been a nurse for 6 months, some might have been a nurse for 40 years. And no one was picking up on this very unusual pattern. So I said that they were all, you know, guilty of manslaughter by association, you know, and that was it. And so I got this comment back saying, look, I was a nurse back then, and I never jabbed anybody with the COVID vax. They never use the word COVID. I can't use the other word. I can't do it. It might slip out accidentally. And she said, and I never gave medication that was end of life to any of my patients. And I'm now retired, but I don't think it's harsh to paint all nurses with the same brush. Actually, there was another part of the comment, and it was I did wonder about certain. Yeah, so this leads on to the end bit, right? I did wonder about the quality of the life of the people that were given DNRs. But I was never part of the administration of the end of life medications, blah blah blah. Right. So my response was, yeah, I do. So basically, you could have been a fucking whistleblower, right? But all you were doing was focusing on your retirement. That was just within reach. It was just there. So you said nothing. You did nothing. So you are complicit in manslaughter because you did nothing. You saw it and you did nothing. So yes. Whoa, fucking hell. And I'm sure you can appreciate where I'm coming from with that, Melanie. In fact, not just Melanie, all of you. This was someone that was trying to crawl the way out of guilt that they probably were feeling after they retired, right? And they were trying to find some sort of redemption, some sort of fucked up fake redemption from that, right? And they met the wrong fucking person for that. Fuck them. I hope they feel guilty for the rest of their lives. I hope that their retirement is miserable for the rest of their lives for doing nothing. Anyway, calm down, Terry. Well, yeah, anyway, thank you, Melanie, just for being a good fucking nurse. Good. That was after I was a journalist, fucking out for the Rolling Stones. Fuck me. Mel, can I have your autograph? That's very impressive. I am a rock journalist at heart. Oh, beautiful. See, a free spirit. Hello, Sal Mishra. Are you right, Mandy? How you doing, sweetheart? Hope you're doing well. I hope you've had a good week. Starting prepping has given a new sense of control, confidence that had been slipping away. It's very good for us, and it's just totally practical. Was always interested in bushcraft, survival skills. That's the man in you. You're a man. You're a proper man. He's promoting masculinity, right? And I do promote that whilst looking like this. But yeah, much love, brother. It does. It's where we're meant to be. This is where we're meant to be. Putting food aside for hard times. It's normal. It's normal. It's just that they are not normal. Go figure. Maybe the black sheep of society is an absolute positive thing. Yeah, they invert shit all the time. We can invert stuff too. Back to where it should be. Normally I go like that. Well, tonight I'm doing this. I'm treating myself. Oh dear. Right. Anyway, right. Where were we? But yeah, I'm glad you're getting into it, Dave. It is good. It's good for us. It is the icing on the cake. It really is. I haven't seen those two words, "Hey Sal," for a long time. I'm such a sentimental little fucker, and I never used to be. It's mad. It's mad. Like, look at this. What am I doing, man? Fuck me. It's quite therapeutic. Even though it's not even actually attached to me, It's not. So to anyone that's just joined us, no, this is not real. Oh dear. Yeah. Watch everyone just fuck off now. They're like, oh, I thought he was a washed up 80s rock band like singer who played the triangle. Oh dear. Yeah, well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's yeah. Oh, I don't know what to make of it. I'm not an alter ego kind of guy. I'm Terry, and that's it. But I just think a wig can take the edge off the world. Just take the edge off a bit. Keep on rocking. I like that. Not nursing since 2015. Yeah, you see, that's what I'm saying. But you'll know lots of people that are still in the profession and still not practicing as good as they should. So I can imagine that being very frustrating for you, and would test you as far as keeping any friendships with them. Man, that's what I'm saying. Mel, I see your challenge. I see it. I'm a fucking empath, and it's hard work. It is. It's hard work being an empath. It is. You're constantly thinking of others. It's absolutely exhausting. But I do think long term, it's worth it. It is. I'm one of those that goes to jail often for filming. You sound like a very, very, very naughty girl. Then they drop charges. I am really a bad ass in many ways because I know I sound like a 4-year-old reading, but these are my eyesight's not great, guys. I've started looking into some exercises that I can do to bring it back, because there are some out there, and these aren't prescription glasses. So I am trying my level best. So please bear with me, because know what they are planning. I saw it all close. Exactly. You are you in an ideal world, you would be a witness that would be then, because of the severity of what's happening and what is happening, you would be put into some sort of witness program, where you're safe, given another identity because of what you've seen. In a normal sort of scenario, say 30 years ago, that would be the case for you. It would. But now you just get vilified. It's fucking crazy. Everything's so inverted. Everything. Oh my gosh. If I've missed you, good night, Hugh. I do apologise, mate, and have a great weekend, bro. A good weekend, really good weekend. Stay positive. Military plus nurse. Fuck me. You would have seen some horrific shit that's stuck in your head, because our eyes take in so much information, which is why they use tell-lie screens and flash adverts in a millisecond, and you see your eyes. It depends on the frame rate, So again, frame rates are different. Again, you can match in between frame rates so you don't see it, in between gaps. As long as you match it in some way, you don't see the flash. Whereas this spotlight that's on me now, that's a strobe. But because of the frame rate of my eyes and the capability of my eyes to see things or light, everything's light. We see 2D, but light turns it into three-dimensional for our eyes. So we interpret. Anyway, fuck me. No, this is tonight. I have let side down. Absolute was on special offer, so I grabbed the bottle, you know, but I won't be drinking for the rest of the weekend, just for the live stream. That's it. But I'm annoyed. I am annoyed at myself. We need self-discipline. Self-discipline is more important now than probably at any other point in your entire life up to now. But then I'm telling you something that you already know. Things will have to get really bad to be down to only skills. Yeah. When I know that I go on about please learn a skill, please learn a skill, please learn a skill. Learning to swim is a good skill because that could save your life, but it's not going to give you an income. It's not going to give you. It's not something you can trade with someone. You need to learn a skill that you can trade with someone. So, you know, it wasn't that long ago that people could learn stonemasonry, and they because they became so good at it, they could go to any town, anywhere, and that the collective finances of that town or village would pay to make sure that that man had good board, lodgings and food whilst he was doing whatever he was doing. And there would be between 2 and 5 people watching what he's doing. So they're learning that skill. So he'll get paid for his work. He'll have free food and board. And there will be a legacy left behind of other people learning his skill. And I see that as the perfect society moving forward. Now, if that was a society that existed in the past, then it can exist again, you know? You see, I'm trying to learn about natural medicine. I'm going down that route. But I do need to learn some other routes because anyone can clean a car. You know, anyone can clean windows. Everyone will be jumping on that bandwagon. You got to think outside the box. I've been saying think outside the box right from the start of the channel, over half a decade away. You got to do it. And you'll be all right. Just think outside the box. I think I would put money on the fact that I think everyone that's listening to me now is a creative person in some way, you know? Get creative. Nearly. Got a fire extinguisher just there. So I'm good to go. In fact, if anything, I could probably start a brand new sexual fetish off, right? Just by setting my hair on fire, reaching for a fire extinguisher, turning the chair to the side, probably a lot quicker and a lot less awkward. Maybe do a bit of practice, you know, so I can do it in one go, make it look a bit cooler. Then get the fire extinguisher and just go and watch my hair just go like that and my face go like that. You know? I reckon there's people out there that would pay a lot of fucking money for that shit. So I've literally thought of a new income just by talking. I had four sons and vaxxed. Well, all four of your sons are vaxxed. One is autistic, no guilt. Look, Mel, I know that I'm probably reading stuff off the back of things that I might have said 10 minutes ago, and I would have meant every word of it. But I'm just saying that I'd never mean to make people feel bad, you know, just for the record. I certainly wouldn't want to offend you, you know, because I know you're a good woman. Right, let me read the rest of the comment. They force it. I try to stop his facts because he was premature. They don't care. I did not consent. Oh, Mel, I'm sorry I didn't get down to that bit earlier. And you would have seen me all fucking about and all of that as well. It wasn't intended to offend. I know that in your defense, every child that's born across the civilized West has their child registered. So you were conned into giving your child away. So everyone was. You were conned. And you're not the only unvaxxed woman that's got kids that are jabbed. You know, there are loads out there, and none of them could do anything about it for one reason or another. So I don't even know if you're still in the chat, Melanie, you know, but just know that I wasn't being judgmental. I was just trying to point things out, you know, from different perspectives. Creepy dancing nursing videos. Oh, right. I'm glad we've got back onto a positive. I wasn't sure, you know. Creepy dancing. Because I don't, you know, I know you're all good, really good people, you know. Things have got really bad to be down to only skills. Yeah, so learn a skill. Please learn a skill. Think outside the box. I think that I went right round the hours to tell you that. I think it's inevitable, Mel. The system is going to crash. Yep, it's already doing that. It's going to happen in 2026. Murder. Yeah, it is. It is murder. It is murder. You know, I try and soften it up by going manslaughter, but actually, yeah, manslaughter at a minimum. So if you were unaware, genuinely unaware of your actions being passed on to you, you were told to do this, so you were essentially following the orders, and then you know, gave someone a medication that was going to kill them, but you didn't knowingly think it was going to kill them, that would be manslaughter. So there is a mixture. It's a very difficult one, you know, but they all need to be brought to book. They've all got to pay for it. They've all got to pay for it. There's no fucking getting out of it. We can't let this one go. Ever, ever, ever. I never had time to dance when I worked. Not even to look, just to have one, like 5 seconds just to shake your hips to a bit of hip hop. Old school hip hop, you know, before it all sounded the same, you know. And yeah, Anyway, 10 a penny. I have lots of stories about DNRs. You see, this is one thing I really struggle with, and I know that I get behind the chat, right? But this is so fucking important. We experienced a mass murder of our senior citizens in this country, and nobody's talking about it. Like it's yesterday's news when it was like 3-4 years ago. How fucked up is that? An entire generation of knowledge and wisdom and life experience gone. Just like that. Just gone. Murdered. And no one's saying a fucking thing. Well, I've said before, I'll keep bringing it up periodically, you know, and I will. If you get bored of it, you get bored of it. If you get bored of it, there's something wrong with you. Our elderly in care homes were literally taken out and blamed it on COVID, and it is an unforgivable crime. Spot on, Michael. I didn't see that comment, but I'm glad that you agree. You know, because it's the truth. It is. It's the truth. It should never, ever, ever have happened. Vents are not oxygen therapy for paralysed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, I'm not a nurse. I'm not a trained nurse. I went out with one for a couple of years. Went out with a radiographer for a couple of years. So I do know a little bit about the anatomy and how some things work. Probably just a tiny weeny bit more than most people, but not much. That's only because of interactions. But I didn't know about how certain drugs interact with the respiratory system, right? So finding out what medications are used to sort of put people to sleep and put animals to sleep, you know, and then it was just obvious that it was very, very obvious that that freed up more money into the system that all of these people had built up all of their life, worked their fucking asses off, right? So all of that, and then paying into the system year after year, month after month, year after year, right? To ensure that they would have a decent level of care if they needed it when they became frail, right? Nah, fuck that, kill them. Kill them. Don't worry, that's apple juice, not vodka. There is vodka in there, but that long pour was apple juice. And just on the subject we're going to try and move on from now, I'll never, ever, ever stop mentioning it until it's ingrained in everyone's fucking heads. You know, because how something like that can happen and for no one to be talking about it now is a fucking travesty. Right. Yeah, I'll bring the vibe back up again. I will. Yeah, might need a bit of help. Oh dear. I like rock stars too. I mean, if there are specific rock stars, I mean, there are people that are still trying to keep the soft rock scene alive because, you know, I do think I'm going to put this back on. I am, because it does. I think it does help. It's soft, but it does soften the blow of the information and the reflection that we're all having right now about certain things. Maybe if I don't put it on properly, it'll be even better. No, because I look like someone that's shouting far right at me when I'm not far right. I'm just right so far. Is that about right? Nah, let's leave it at that. Just, I wish I could put a banner up on the screen. I don't know how to do that. Just saying, I assure you, I am not a lefty. You know, something like that. And what's this? What is that? It's my fringe. It's my fringe. Just imagine that you've just come into this chat and it's fresh, right? Starting right from scratch, right? From now. It's fucking windy out there. What I need is a bushcraft man. Yay. Hey, I'm a bushcraft man. I'm not the most amazing bushcraft man, but I can nibble my way through a bush. So sorry. No, look, I reckon I would take on a 10 item challenge for 3 days in the right location. Just 10 items. I reckon I could do that. I reckon I could. So I'm half confident with bushcraft, with being in the middle of nowhere. I've got stuff in my car that if I had to get the fuck out of here, it would give me a bit of time and I would be able to do certain things. So bushcraft, again, I'm a novice, but not a bad novice, you know? Anyway, it's sap tapping time soon. Sap tapping time soon. Please feel free to do that now, but fast. Sap tapping time soon. And you'll know that it's not because I'm pissed, it's because it's difficult to say. I've got my sap tappers in there, and our Mike's got a sap tapper. I just hope you know where there's a silver birch, my friend, you know, or a few, and then make sure you heal that hole. I never ever thought I would ever say that sentence in my life, you know. I'm so behind. I know I am. Drink on Friday night. It's the law and a tradition, especially if it is only once a week. That does make me feel a bit better, Michael. It does, you know, because I'm a bit of an all or nothing kind of guy. And yeah, but it was on special offer, and I felt like there was a lot of things to talk about tonight. You know, there's a lot going on. There's a lot that's happened, a lot that's worth reflecting on. And in a lot of ways, oh my God, look at this. I mean, how can you even put a term to what it is that you're actually seeing on screen right now? You know, that there isn't one. You know, I mean, look at this. You know, oh my God, I look like someone that I really wish that I fucking didn't look like. You know. Anyway. But yeah. Anyway. Cheers, Michael. And yes, it is, Mel. I hope you've got a glass of wine, perhaps, you know, a lovely Chilean Merlot. I love a Chilean Merlot, very smooth, you know. Was the wig off Temu? No, it wasn't. No, it was off eBay. So classy, you know. It's a classy wig. If it was from Temu, it would definitely be on fire by now. I think the wig is growing on me. It's growing on you. It's growing on you. Have a look, see if it is. If it is, then it's probably some sort of really fucked up alien fungus that you might be able to get a cream for. Have a look. Check it out. Does it itch? Still here, still learning from all. Yeah, we all are. Yeah, and I love that. But again, you know, imagine our potential if everyone was like us, and by that I mean thinkers, open-minded people, and virtuous people. You know, people that give a fuck. You know, people that have got a very, very distinct knowing of right and wrong. You know, if everyone was like that and everyone got a little bit skilled up in loads of areas, especially areas that they love, right? And everyone passed those skills on to everyone else. Imagine how advanced we would be. Well, I did have a conversation with someone, by text, I think it was, saying that, or it might have been, I can't remember, but I did say that you can't have good, genuine, good souls on this earth, or in this world, or in this realm, or however you want to perceive it, without it being evil. You can't. It's impossible. You can't have one without the other. Everything has to have an opposite. There has to be a yin to the yang. There has to be. Oh my God. I wonder how many people have come on thinking, is he Jewish? Is he Jewish? No. But I do realise that I'm starting to look very Jewish. Oh my God. We fucking sort that shit out. Terry is making me feel like a teenager again. The final countdown. Oh, I've got to put this back on just for you and try and get it the way it was on. Did you know that there's a band that had a drummer? There we go. That had one arm. You know, a drummer with one arm. Was it Whitesnake? Or no, it was a Sheffield band. Michael will know. We don't. Right, hold on. We don't need jobs. We just need an income. We do, but it's about everyone needs to have something that someone's going to need, or something that someone's going to learn. But then you don't want to teach everyone what you've got in the short term, because then you'll have more competition. You've got to constantly be thinking ahead. What's the wig? Oh, I'm so far behind. I mean that it's starting to look good on Terry, not actually growing on me. Well, that's clarified that, mate. You know, at least you don't need to buy any cream to sort of clear it up before it starts itching and spreading. Where was I? I bet he will keep it on when he goes to bed. But again, it's a choking hazard. You know, most women. Yeah, I've looked all right all day. Quite happy with that. You know what I mean? But I'm going to bed now. It's time to go to bed. Ponytail, you know, couple of knots, gone. Right? Or if you passed maybe the 6-0 mark, nah, actually I'll go 70 plus. You put something on over your head, you know, to keep the blue rinse perm in place. But I can't remember how this was now. Oh, should we go a bit goth? Let's go for a new look, you know, a bit more laid back, a bit more, hey, just fucking chill out. You be me, you know. Getting attached to the wig. I love it. Well, you can have it. I'll send it you. It's yours. Consider it done. Hancock was verbally abused on a train, and rightly so. Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was very, very interesting. But they've all got a lot of protection now, or they stay well out of the way. A lot of them have become like vampires. They come out at night. They come out at night time, so they can't be spotted. You know, they've reaped what they're reaping what they've sown, and I've got absolutely none. You know, on a scale of feeling sympathy for them, it's on a minus. You know, if you're a cunt, you should pay the price, and all of these people are going to pay the price, one at a time, but not by people like Trump. If there's anyone out there that's like thinking oh my God, this is why I called him the MAGA maniacs right from the start. Actually, that's not bad. I think this is a new style that no one's thought of, probably for a good reason, you know. Def Leppard, that's it. Sorry, I got very enthusiastically carried away for a split second there. Def Leppard, yeah, love bites, and it does. It fucking bites hard. Was it Quiet Riot, two-armed drummer? I think most drummers are two-armed, or at least the lucky ones are. It was definitely Def Leppard. You still got it right, mate. No, it wasn't. Aha, Mandy. Take me on. I thought definitely. Oh, music hits harder, what doesn't hurt. It does. That's such a lovely thing to say, Mel. That's really, really lovely. I've never, ever, ever heard that saying, yet it's so poignant and so profound because it's the truth. You know, it doesn't matter how fucking low you're feeling. And that's one of the problems that a lot of us have got, is that we forget. We get so embroiled in doing a bit of research and trying to make sure that we stay on top of current events and stuff, you know, the world, trying to keep tapped in, that we forget to do all the things that make us feel good, that recharge us, you know, like wild camping, or listening to your favorite music, or trying to find new music, new genres. I don't think there are anymore, but you know, there are still lots of genres out there you might not have tapped into that you love. Recharging ourselves from doing the things that we love doing, that we forget about doing because we're so embroiled and so absorbed into what's going on around us, the world, the whole fucking world. We're not just feeling our streets, you know, empaths feel the fucking world, you know. It's heavy, but it's not more than we can take. I'm telling you, just have absolute faith in yourself. I know I've said that so many times, but honestly, have faith in yourself. All your faith should be aimed inwards. It's not a selfish thing. It's not selfish. Not proper faith. Proper faith. You know, real fucking faith. Having that aimed in, that is the polar opposite of selfish. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing. I do need to take this wig off because now I look like some sort of, I feel like there's going to be a message in the comments saying, yeah, here's 10p for a cup of tea. like 10p buy a cup of tea nowadays, you know. That's another thing, you know. Look at your look at what you've done and what you've got and what you've put by, and look at the food that you bought 2 years ago, and you'll realise that it just makes you realise a bit more that was a proper investment, you know, because you've saved a lot of money. You have. I know I have. Music, frequencies, we're all tuned. Hold on. We're all tuned into it, no matter what genre we're into. I agree. I mean, I can't listen to proper full-on thrash metal that scrambles my fucking head, and then progressive jazz where it's like what the fuck's that all about? And then there's a few other genres that I'm not really, you know, modern rap and shit like that. It's all mumble shit, people talking the same bollocks, they're all 10 a penny. There's not much quality left. But the music that I do vibe with, it does affect me, you know. Music is, well, I mean, if you try to ask, say, the average person the average man or woman out there, I'm going to ask you a question, right? I want you to give me a straight answer. What would you associate vibrations with the most? No, that's the question you'd ask them, right? They've got to answer you straight away. And they would probably say music, because a lot of people associate vibrations, vibes, good vibes, music. In a lot of ways, music's a little bit like dogs, you know, that it gives you unconditional love, no matter what, you know. Oh man, that makes complete and total sense to me, and I hope that makes sense to at least one or two of you. Give Mark Devlin a listen to. He's on YouTube, talks about the music industry's influences. Right, Mandy, so in regards to music, Mark Devlin is right up there. He does know his stuff, but I do think that he's not 100% spot on about a few things, and that's why I don't really gravitate towards him or listen to him very much. I do from time to time, because, you know, I do like some of the stuff that he has to say, but there'll be some of the stuff that he says that I resonate with, and there'll be some stuff that I don't resonate with him on at all, you know. And I think that applies to that. It'd be nice if we could resonate with 100% with everyone. That would be perfect, but that's not the case. That's not the world we live in. He is 100% dead determined. There's no leeway with him. Either way, he will not budge on his flat earth theory, right? Now, I'm not saying that this world is not flat. I've never said that, ever. Go back and have a listen. But I've got no proper, solid, hard evidence that it is flat either. There does seem to be some evidence out there of it being some sort of digital thing with binary code everywhere. The theory of it being a globe kind of works to some degree, but then it opens loads more questions. The whole Paul McCartney being replaced by an almost identical Paul McCartney, which is one of Mark Devlin's claims. I think John Lennon would have picked up on that and said something about that at some point. So I do believe that. Or Harrison. So well, that's just my opinion, you know. I like some of what he's got to say, and I don't agree with a lot more of what he says. Again, there's loads of people going off in loads of different directions on this event that we're going through. Loads. And, you know, fucking hell. It just makes things more complicated in some ways. Or does it? Jazz is awful. Yeah, jazz. I do like some jazz though. It's very fucking chilled out. You know, it's like, you know, before I did live streams, I set up some candles and just fucking hell. Set up some candles in the kitchen and made it the Rose Hippie Lounge. You remember that? That was quite jazzy. I imagined a bit of jazz being played in the kitchen whilst I was doing that little video, you know. Oh, this is all fucked up now. I look like some sort of crazy yellow-eyed fly. Can you play the trumpet? That's very, very impressive. The trumpet is one of those instruments that sound fucking terrible if you can't get it right. So good on you. And that could be a skill that you could teach, but not everyone's going to have a trumpet spare. So again, keep thinking outside the box. With you on that one, Mel. I listen to many genres, but always get drawn back to classic rock and blues every time. So that hairstyle that I was just wearing, sort of before it got all fucked up, Michael, I reckon you were twitching, you know, down there with that hairstyle. You were like, do you know what, Terry? I never really saw you through these eyes before, but since you put that fucking wig on, I'm twitching away. I'm twitching away down there, and I know it's wrong, but I can't help it, you know. And I forgive you, Michael, and I still feel safe when I go camping with you. I agree with him about music. Yeah, he's spot on with music. He knows his stuff. Going to have to go to bed. Well, good night, Dave. Hey, and thanks for joining us, mate. Thank you for your time. Much love, brother. Yes, I agree with Devlin. Ooh, don't know. He was flat earther. Yeah, he's a full-on flat earther. You're not talking him out of that. Ever. You see, Terry, what do you think this is? Flat Earth, simulation, or a globe? Right? And I'll go, I haven't made my mind up. And it's as simple as that. I haven't made my mind up. I've got an open mind. So people that totally and completely latch on to one theory and that is it, right? I don't have that much respect for them. I'm sorry, but I don't. I take them or leave them. You know, I really respect people who've got very, very open minds that are open to other ideas, because I'm open to other ideas. My mind is so fucking open. It's mad. I'm surprised you can't see my brain. But I think that's I think that's a really, really good, healthy way to be, because you don't lock onto anything because you've got no evidence of it. So because you've not locked onto it, it frees your mind up with loads more space, or like a human brain version of random access memory, RAM. So it frees you up to think about other options and other ideas and other, you know, perceptions. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. And it doesn't overwhelm you because it's just floating around. It doesn't overwhelm you. So for someone to be so transfixed on this being a flat earth, when there is he's got absolutely no fucking hard evidence whatsoever, I can't respect someone like that. I just can't. I can't. Just being honest. The more open you are, as long as you're not weird, like as in fucking Jimmy Savile, you know, I'm very open-minded. I'm so open-minded that I think it would probably be nice to have sex with a dead person. That sort of open-mindedness. Nah. You know what I mean? Just clarifying. Oh, have you gone to bed, Sal Mishra? Are we all saying good night to Dave? I'm so behind. I do my own editing. Billy win the look alike just the night before. That's an interesting comment, because I'm finding it challenging to read. but I won't let anything beat me. I bet everyone else has just read it and gone, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then it's me, you know, Divvy fucking Terry, Divvy. Right. Billy win the look alike just the night before. Right. I do apologise, Mel. And I hope you don't mind me calling you Mel. Oh, wow, you play trumpet too. Yeah, that's amazing. I'd love to start playing my guitar again. You know, I almost sat down and started tuning it up again and maybe having a bit of a go, but I'm nothing like Michael. Fucking hell. You know, nothing like that. He's very, very good. Michael, as in the Outrider. Very good guitarist, very good musician. John went crazy over it, in my opinion. I saw it was real. I think you're probably right there, Mel. Yeah. No, really, into jazz, but the players are true musicians. If you can jump in there and just like, hello, but it doesn't sound right to me. I need harmony. Everything needs to flow for me. Otherwise, it's just noise. But there are certain types of jazz that I just love. You know, it's lovely. He did write about it in the music, John. Yeah, right, okay. I played trumpet through high school marching band. Oh, I bet you look lovely in that uniform, you know, and it was just such a proud thing as well, because you were representing your school or your university or your college, you know, in the marching band. It was proud, you know, it's beautiful. Marching, you know, pleated skirts, marching, you know, playing the trumpet, fucking beautiful. And it's very, very American. It is. It's very, very, very American. I think we had something very similar with our brass bands for our pit mines, the coal mines around the north of the UK. That was probably the closest we had to that, you know, but very, 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 you know, your country, you know, you, part of your identity. I fucking love that. So thanks for sharing that. Love it. Love it. The Rolling Stone, where I interviewed rock musicians. That's a very, very impressive career. But that's gone downhill now. That's gone all woke as well, as I'm sure you would appreciate my honesty on that. Not meaning to offend, just saying that the magazine that you used to work for is just nothing like it used to be. And it actually makes you question what it was all about now. The introduction of hard drugs into the party scene and, you know, bit of brainwashing going on there. But in its time, it was still a very iconic magazine for people that were quite rebellious of the system. You know, when you're roughing it, when you're lighting a fag from a candle because you didn't pay the electric bill. Yeah, I told you, Michael, just twitch away, mate. Twitch away. It's natural. It's natural, mate. It's natural. Unfortunately, I've had that effect on a lot of straight men, you know, so don't worry about it. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Twitch away. No imperial evidence of the Earth shape. Spot on. None. I love to have discussions. So do I, Mandy. I love it. It helps us grow. Empirical, I meant autocorrect. It's all right. We read between the lines. Never apologize. Who knows what is reality, real or true? Yeah, we don't. But I think as long as we keep our minds open to whispers and historical documents and just little pieces of the puzzle, and trust your gut above all, and then put those pieces together, and you're going to get closer and closer to the truth. You might not get to the truth by the time your soul exits your body. You might not, and you might get an opportunity to come back in some other way or in some other. I don't know how it works. I've got a very open mind, but just keep striving to find the truth, but don't forget to enjoy life and stop every once in a while and appreciate what's around you and who's around you. It's about balance, it's a tough balance to strike. Very tough, but it's doable. I think it's doable. I'll give it a go. Yeah, but I think if someone handed you a trumpet now, Mel, it might take about 5 minutes to readjust yourself. But I think it would all come back to you. I can play guitar, tambourine, sing a little, and have 2 shaky eggs. I rattle. 2 shaky eggs. I'm trying to figure out what that is, Me, it's like, right, I've got all of that you've just said in your list, right? Got all of that. I'm doing all that like a one-man band. And then my finale is me shaking eggs. Got 2 eggs, both smashing my hand. Oh, no. Sorry about that. But the rest was all right. Hey, give me some money. Oh, and I just got eggs dripping through my hand. So I'm trying to figure it out. What's shaky eggs? Please elaborate. Otherwise, I'm not going to sleep tonight. Passes it on to one son that plays trumpet too now. Oh, I love that. Oh, do you know what? Honestly, Mel, things like that warm my cockles. I love stuff like that. I've got a butter dish that's probably the most famous butter dish in the world, right? Probably. And it says, appreciate the little things, and I'm a very, very firm believer in that, because it's all those little things that we since the inception of these without me searching around, these Black Mirror devices, we had all that. We had it all. I can play the tambourine all right. I've got a really good sense of rhythm. But that's it. The guitar, I can make it sound nice, but I can't play a song. You didn't need to write that now from Mao. We knew what you said. Played the trumpet to sit with the boys during the football games. Oh, that's so lovely. You've got loads of lovely, happy happy, positive memories there, you know, and they belong to you. They're yours, you know, you own them, you know. So you'll always have them, no matter what happens. You'll always have those beautiful little memories, you know, those magic moments. And that's something I was wanting to say during this live, but I never remember. You'll experience magic moments in your life, just fleeting. They're very fleeting. They don't last for very long, right? But you'll know if it's a magic moment because you'll feel it, right? Now, the last thing you ever want to do in one of those moments is reach for your fucking phone to film it. Don't ever do that. Don't ever let that cross your mind. Enjoy the moment. Feel the moment. I have two trumpets, two guitars, and a like. Oh my God. And I know what a like is. A lot of people might read that and think, and a like? So you like your instruments. I know what a like is. Do you mean a liar? Please clarify, because I think I might be getting things fucked up in my head. It's a bit late. We'll close things down in a bit. But I feel like flow's going at the moment, so don't you know I have 1,000 Rolling Stone stories? I could well believe that. I quit in the mid-80s. Rap killed rock music. Yes, it did. It did. Yeah, rap did a lot of damage to music on the whole because it was aimed at young people, and young people need to appreciate good, really good music, and then hopefully some of them be inspired enough to then go on to create good music, to then go on to inspire young people to create good music, on and on and on and on and on, you know. But unfortunately, this mumble rap fucking garbage, it's just proper full on low IQ shit. That's all it is, and it all sounds the same. And so if say an 18-year-old lad was listening to this now, we'd be like, it's because you're old, innit, fam? No, it's because I understand what quality music sounds like, and you've never been introduced to it. You've never been in a scenario or an environment where someone has encouraged you to listen to what good quality music really is. So you have taken your stance on what good music is from loads of other retards around you. And unfortunately, that's all you listen to, and it's just going to rot your fucking brain, melt you, because you've not got the beautiful escapism that is music that we have in our generation. You've not got that. Music's so powerful, and they know that, and that's why they've weaponized it. Did you ever interview Wasp? Elaborate on that, Mandy, because I don't know what that means. That's fine. Wasp. I don't know. I have heard that word a few times in relation to a movement. No, I was with mostly the Jim Page folks and Badco and Southern Rick, not the LA scene. Mel, I've got to admit that you might as well have been talking to me in Greek there, because I'm not familiar with any of them, and I feel like I should be, you know. So that I don't have to mess around with my phone, if you can email me that, I'd really appreciate that, so I can look into that music, because, you know, I'm feeling quite confident that I'd quite like it. Southern rock, right? Southern rock. Again, I don't know who to associate that with. But again, to anyone that's listening, music, remember to keep listening to music. Having a break from all of this shit. Have a fucking proper break away from it and listen to music. It will help. It will. You'll recharge yourself, and that's it. You're fucking ready, you know? Listen to music. Keep reminding yourself, because we forget to do it, you know? Which is mental when you think about it. We forget to do things that we really love doing and we really appreciate. Morocco, something I have a shaking egg too. I don't know what that means. I mean, should I be turned on by that? I'm feeling sexually confused right now. Only kidding, Mel. Hope you've got my sense of humour by now. Yes, plastic eggs with rice in. I mean, you've just said rice in. Now the channel's going to get taken down. You know, I'm automatically a terrorist now. Thank you, Mandy. You just said rice in. And now I've just said it 3 times. No, I said it twice. So if I say rice in, right, now I've said it 3 times. And I don't know what that meant, Mandy, so I do apologise. And you made me say rice in 4 times on the channel. Morocco spelling. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'm so sorry. I do apologise. I sometimes get a little bit lost. And then I pick up and then I drop off and pick up and drop off. But I'm not familiar with that term. Thanks for the compliments regarding my guitar playing. You're very good, Michael. You are. I've got 59-year-old hands now, and sadly, it's getting painful to play now. I probably have one more LP in me. I want to make it a protest album. Oh, it's so lovely, Michael. Oh, proper. Mate, if there's something we can come up with between us to help with dexterity, please, if you can, if you've got any knowledge on natural ways of building dexterity and strong fingers, so Michael can carry on playing because he's fucking good. Please put it in the comments after the video. So not in the chat, but after the video, because he'll give it a go. He'll give it a go because it's something he loves. You know. Are you crazy, Mel? Are you crazy? I don't know if you're crazy. I think you're a non-crazy in a crazy world, just like the rest of us. That's why I play the ukulele more now, as guitar fret hurts my hands. You just need to build up a callus, apparently. Just build up hard skin. So just keep doing that in sand over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Just like punching, you know. If you punch sand, keep punching sand, it gives you calluses on your knuckles. So same with ukulele, you know, build up your calluses. because the ukulele is one of the most joyful things to listen to out of all the instruments. It's so upbeat. It's happy, you know, it's happy. The guitar can be happy and sad. The violin can be happy and sad. The cello can only be sad, you know. The harp can be happy and sad, you know. The ukulele is always happy. And that's what we need going forward. Michael, make that protest album. I supported Eric Clapton and Van Morrison COVID protest songs. I brought their albums to show my support. Eric Clapton sort of came out and disappeared again, didn't he? He didn't really say anything. He came out, gave us a statement, sold a lot of music, and then disappeared back into the background, just saying, I don't want to piss on your bonfire. Well, that's exactly what happened. He disappeared back into the background. He made a fortune out of pushing his music again and demonstrating possible COVID damage, as in the jabs, selling a shitload of his music once he'd sort of left the music scene, you know, made a shitload of fucking money and then disappeared. Like Kaiser Soze. He's not out there saying anything now, is he? Just saying. Again, Mel. In fact, not just Mel. Right, this goes out to everyone. Because I'm honest, sometimes I'll pull something apart that someone said, and I don't mean to hurt them, and I don't mean to offend them. And it's a part of me that it's a love-hate thing I've got about me, because I'm quite honest, and it doesn't always go down well. It can burst some bubbles sometimes, but it's just my opinion and my honesty. And I have thought in the past about maybe changing my approach a little bit and thinking about, but then I thought, no, because that wouldn't be me. So anyway, just saying, Mel, that I don't, you know, in the music scene, it's kind of not all that you think. And but I know that you're not a naive lady, you know. I'm just saying that, you know, the music industry is a very, very, very fucking dark place, and nothing is as it seems. And and I know you know that, but it's just it's all programming for the masses. But there have been loads of bands out there over the years that have been impactful in a very, very good way, I think. But a lot of them have been just set up to sort of hypnotize and manipulate. Oh, I'm sorry if I've missed you, Mandy. I do apologise, darling. Again, I don't know how far behind I am and where I was. I get carried away. But sleep well, sweetheart, and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Make sure you do, because you can. Honestly, it's all in the mind. And was that soft metal? I feel like I've got to put the wig back on, but I'm not going to. You know, I'm not, because I think I've eaten about 5 or 6 hairs you know, and I don't know what they're made of, and my body is going to. So imagine this, right? So I wore that wig made from whatever the fuck that is. Bear with me, whatever the fuck that is, and I must have probably about 2 hours until something like that. I don't know. I've not added it up. So if I swallowed, because I mean, you saw me spitting some of it out, but I do think I swallowed quite a few. So I could quite possibly be, by the end of tonight, the only YouTuber that's ever like literally coughed up a fur ball live on a live stream, and I can feel it happening. Jimmy is Led Zeppelin and Paul Rogers of Bad Company and Lynyrd Skynyrd. I don't know what Lynyrd is, but I've got a Skynyrd. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not that clued up with rock music. Michael will know what you're talking about. He'll know exactly what you're saying. I will know. Good night, so. Much rest to you. Oh, I love this about us lot, you know. I love it. They are all mega rich. Yeah, they're all loaded, absolutely loaded. But I mean, I don't know how you know what lanes you've gone down. We've all gone down different lanes, you know. And some of us have gone down the same lanes. But there does seem to be a very common trend involved in all of this, as far as like stardom is concerned. There's always suffering is always involved. Now it's involved in either one of two ways or both, right? So that suffering within the entertainment industry is concerned is young people being abused and messed up so much that they can't continue to be successful as adults. And then you've got young people that do okay or just appear and then get fucked up and drawn into these crazy Hollywood cults, and guaranteed acting work, guaranteed music contracts, guaranteed all of this success, like incredible lavish lifestyles, but eventually they will be called to pay the piper, you know, which is something that none of you will ever be subjected to. So you can either live a life of lavish, like luxuries beyond your imagination, right? And then pay, I don't know how it works, but I've got a feeling that there is a price to pay for that. I do think that, I do believe that. Whereas we, moving forward through this experience that we've got in our life, stick to a truthful, honest, loving. Again, that can get challenging, but truly authentic all the way through, no matter what. So if your friends can't cope with who you really are, if you're a proper empath, you'll be constantly checking yourself anyway, going, yeah, maybe I could have done that better. You know, you're constantly doing that anyway. You don't need people around you doing that. You know, you're probably hard enough on yourself already. You don't need other people chipping in. But sometimes that's not a bad thing. Right, let me try and catch up. I'll catch up and hopefully pick up on the thread of where I was going with that, because it was important. It's a repetitive strain injury. So you've played so see, right, trying to take a negative, Michael, and turn it into a positive, even though you might not see it as a positive. Some people might not, right? But I fucking do. You've played so fucking hard, right, that your hands are knackered because of playing so fucking hard. So to me, that is the epitome of rock and roll. And how apt is it that I'm going for a piss? You see, that rebellious nature of humanity is a beautiful thing, because it kept everything sort of in line, really, in a natural, organic way. Wasn't expecting to have a full-blown conversation with you whilst I'm having a piss, but hey ho. So music's a really, really good thing for all of us, and as long as we all know what sort of music makes us feel good. So we all need to take time out and just listen to music. Just listen to music. Remind ourselves. Maybe even set a fucking alarm on your phone to remind you to listen to music. And every time you listen to music, you remind yourself, why don't I do this more often? I guarantee it. I do get a bit of nesh, right? Because the tin's off. So I'm putting a cap on. Now, Michael can understand where I'm coming from. And he's the only bloke, as far as I know, in the world that knows what I'm saying. Oh, man. Right, it doesn't matter. Right, so what time are we on? We all know that if we're doing a live stream, I think over the last, 13 months, maybe 14 months of the live streams. It's a relatively new thing to the channel, really. The channel's been going for nearly 6 years. So should we sort of close down, or should we just keep going for a while? We'll go with the majority, because there is such a thing as democracy, but it's got to be close. It's got to be decentralized. Democracy works, but it has to be completely decentralized. Now, this is an online prepping group, a proper community online, so we can exercise true democracy. And that was a right around the fucking houses again. Should we carry on for another half an hour, which is 1, or should we bring it down to a close, which is 2. And I'm cool with either one. So put that in the chat now. Should we just keep going 2 or ease it down 1? Oh, I'm cringing at the fact that I've just said that, because I've never done that before. But again, I'm opening it up. I'm opening it all up. And I've had a few. My tolerance for alcohol now has slipped significantly because I just don't drink very much, you know. But I do think that it does loosen me up for live streams, you know. It loosens me up. But nobody should ever need to drink excessively to loosen up. It's not good. I'm telling you. I'll catch up with you. I do believe that it takes days off people's lifespan. I do. I do. And then take a big fucking swag. And then I complain about hypocrisy. You know, I'm my own worst enemy. I really am. Anyway. But yeah, who knows, Michael? There could be a way to fix that, you know. I mean, Def Leppard, he became, in my opinion, a better drummer with one arm. So maybe we just need to chop your fucking arm off. Oh dear. And I'm sure that is, I'm quite hot, you know, pretty sure that wasn't the answer you were looking for. But hey, you know, let's float it around. What dark? You sound like a retired Rastafarian nurse, Mel. Wild dark, you know, like a Rastafarian, because you are a retired nurse, right? So imagine a retired nurse being a Rastafarian, walking into a ward, right, and going, because all the lights are off for some reason, and going, why a dark? Oh, studio work might work best than long shows. That way you can rest your hand, Michael. Yeah, but again, I think playing the guitar, it's like practice makes perfect. You've got whatever it is that you're passionate about. Once you stop doing it, but then I think again it's about balance. Maybe giving it a bit of a rest and then playing. Yeah, that's quite an intriguing thing to think about. It is. I have a project studio at home now. I record and master there and release through an independent label. I am lucky because I can take time to record the songs. A final protest album will happen. Oh, Michael, mate, see, I think that there are loads and loads and loads of us that kind of see what we see, know what we know, and I think we're all here to make an impact, and you all need to know what your impact is. And if you don't know what it is, I think it'll soon become apparent. Now, I think I know what mine is. And I think, you know, that could be Michael's, you know. I don't know if anyone's looked at his channel and then looked at the playlist and listened to his music. And I mean, the guy can write music, right? So he can write music, he can sing and play several instruments. Now, to sing and play an instrument, the mental coordination required there is phenomenal. I've got to do that, Michael. I'm sorry. It's either phenomenal or phenomena. I don't know if maybe I'm autistic in some way. So that's talent, right? And that's also a talent that he can pass on to others, you know, for an income. But listen to the music on his channel, and he has got this kind of Pink Floyd, to me anyway, a Pink Floyd element about it. Now, Pink Floyd are very anti-establishment, and so what you know, how appropriate is that a style of music to associate to someone that is thinking of creating an anti-establishment album, you know? Oh, I hope that made sense, because it was fucking hard work, because I was trying to work it out in my head how to put it out, but it works, and it just speaks volumes, you know, about who you are, Mike. So follow your path. You'll fucking know. You'll know it's your path, because it'll feel right. It'll feel right, you know. So many people don't trust their gut. They just don't. Yeah, music can get through to a lot of people, and there's a few artists out there that and when I say that, I mean there are people out there that are trying to be part of the awaken movement, if you like, that are putting out songs just to make money, you know, just to make a fucking few quid. They're basically just taking advantage of a niche that people want to hear and want to feel, and they're taking advantage of that to make money. They don't give a fuck about the movement, but there are plenty out there that are making music that's got nothing to do with. You see, I haven't made my mind up about Tim McDonald, you know. If it was to sort of be a pull between 49 and 51, and that 49 being him wanting to sort of put the message across and wake people up, that would be it. But the 59% of me would be saying that he's taken advantage of a market and he wants to cash in on it. And that's what we're all up against, fake cunts posing to be on our side. But I do think the majority, right, so rewinding all of that back to Michael. If Michael was to put an album out for the true truth movement, it would be 1000% genuine, you know. So, and I love that about you, Mike. You know, you're a good bloke. You are, you know, and I've been very privileged to meet you in person a few times. Right. Let's bring this down to a close, because we are approaching 2:30 in the morning. And do you know what? I do feel guilty. I do, because I do think that some might be going just because I'm going, and don't ever feel like that, man. You know, just tap out whenever you need to get your head down. Just tap out, and you'll be loved nevertheless. So we'll bring it all down to a close. Let me just make sure I've not missed anyone's chat. I think everyone. Oh, do you know what, Mike? I never read that, and that just took a bit of fucking a bit off me, you know. Because I'm a night owl. I've always been a night owl, always. I was born for the night, but when it's daytime, I do like it to be sunny, and I'm not getting that. The Liberty Cap. You must be tired. It's very late. What time is it where you are, Mel? It's 2:30 in the morning here. It's about 3 or 4 in the afternoon where you are? Or am I absolutely way off? But I'd like to know before I go if you're still there. I think everyone in the chat. Oh, right. No, hours. Yeah. You're 6 hours ahead of me. Oh, so it's way about what's that then? 7. Oh, simple maths aren't working in my head now. 8:27 p.m. You'll soon catch up though, Mel. You'll soon catch up. I think when you start to look around the world and at the world in whatever format each individual's got of it, you start to realise, and you say things like, it's 8:27 p.m. here. Then you start to realise that time is really literally a construct. Overhead music. What's your channel name, mate? Yeah, I think it is the Outrider. I would have to leave the chat to find my YouTube channel URL. I will post it in the next week's live stream. Yeah, I'll remind you to do that, Michael. If you're happy with that, I'll remind you. I'll make sure it's down here, and just so people can go over and have a listen. You know, it's lovely music. You know, and it's yours. It's yours, and not a lot of people can say that these days. Oh, I love the way Mel says, "Y'all take care now. Y'all take care. You snuggle up in that continental quilt, and you get yourself nice and warm, and you get yourself some good sleep. You know, because you're gonna need it." I love that. That's the vibe I get from Mel. You know, which is lovely. You know, bless her. Good night, Mel, and sleep well. You are loved, and you matter. Right, let's bring it down. Let's take it right down, and get some. We all need some kip. We do, and yeah, I wasn't planning on a very long one, but I never do. you know, and that's the whole point of flow. And that's why I love flow, because we all, if I'm flowing, you're flowing. And if you're flowing, I'm flowing. And that's good. That's organic. It is. That's what organic is. And the way that things turn out as we move forward has to be 100% organic. None of it has to be, or none of it needs to be faked or arranged. It's got to be organic. That's the only way we're going to win this. And that's the only way I can see this going. So have faith in yourselves and just have a good weekend. And you will. Mind over matter. Much love and ciao for now.